Hello, everyone, and welcome to Spirit and Salt. I'm here with my illustrious table of players.
Are we?
To embark on this, our 20th episode of Spirit and Salt. My God.
Only 3 more to go, guys.
That's if you don't TPK in this one.
That's like the 5th time you mentioned that. What do you got for us?
I have nothing. Don't worry about it. Before we get into this TPK episode of Spirit and Salt, let's do a little recap. Last time, you guys rescued Ral, Nikosi, and Talania from the clutches of some demons that had inhabited the ruins of an Illithid colony on the Isle of Ash, and were using the rotting elder brain to cultivate Nimawort, this mushroom that grants psionic powers when consumed. Having rescued your friends, heard that there were demons rushing to the area, all kind of connected through one sort of psionic hive mind situation, and got the fuck out, beat feet, lighting the elder brain on fire and dousing everything in acid water on the way out, and managed to evade the demons long enough to return to Ghost's Tower for some rest and respite. Thankfully, it seemed that the demons, though they were pursuing you for a while, kind of gave up chase, presumably just either assuming you to be gone or whatever, not seemingly making like a concerted, organized search effort to look for you. And in the wake of that, having basically finished everything that you had originally come to the Isle of Ash to do, at least in terms of like rescuing these exiles, discussed exit strategy. Ghost said he kind of wanted to stick around a little bit longer to do some more research here, some more archaeology, kind of the reason he came here in the first place, aside from rescuing these exiles, being to like figure out about this place and about the people that lived here and where they came from and how they live and where they went. And several others of you also wanted to do more stuff here. You had talked about returning to Xerxes' Keep to mess with that statue potentially. And wanted to like gather some minerals from this place as well. So basically all decided that like you were going to be ready to get the fuck out at a moment's notice if you were pursued by demons, specifically by using your little crystal to return you to Drakaush's shop, so that you could wrap up your affairs with him, and then Philord Grimm would then teleport you to the surface if you can get some chalks from Drakaush. And in the meantime, spent that first night just kind of resting at the tower. Bones, Boss, and Morisco went on a little excursion to go gather some of this strange mineral that you found when you first arrived at the island. This like black obsidian with veins of glowing red on the inside. I told you that I would tell you between sessions how much of that you got. We've talked about that. You guys got 350 grams of this stuff. And I've given you above table its properties. You guys will need to study that in character to find that information out. And then returned to the tower, rested for the night. Morisco spent some time talking with Ral, essentially explaining that, like, Ral was the reason he came down here, is sort of a big fan of his cookbook and wanted to learn how to cook magical dishes the way that Ral's cookbook describes. Ral, perhaps a little bit to your surprise, explained that, well, he has this cookbook that explains how to cook monster parts into, delicious meals, and that he has sort of a theory that the properties of magical creatures might be able to be activated when cooked to pass those properties along to the consumer, has never actually himself succeeded in doing that. It's always just been kind of a theory that he's been sort of chasing through the art of cooking and alchemy. And Morisco was like, well, I've gotten it to work a couple of times. I've made some dishes that made us glow from glowing mushrooms and stuff like that. And then spent a little bit of time cooking with Ral a meal out of some of the fungus that you had gathered up in Hallowhive. Successfully, once again, preparing a dish that imbued you all with magical abilities. Ral was impressed, bewildered. There was some discussion about why this was working for Morisco and not for Ral. Theories about the fact that Morisco is a sorcerer. Theories about the fact that Morisco is sort of has a little bit more artistry and the sort of sympathy of his magical cooking, whereas Ral is a little bit more of a scientist and alchemist than he is an artist. Nothing really concrete deduced about why this works for Morisco and not for Ral. But in the process of cooking, Morisco mentioned to Raoul that a little bit of his background, essentially, of his losing of his memories, not knowing where he came from, having only vague memories, and hinting that he might have come from the Nidus region. And later in the night, Raoul showed him some notes from a bestiary about a magical nudibranch called Dendronotus nidica, excuse me. That apparently has properties that cause memory loss, brain damage, even brain death in some cases. He said that there's more information about that creature in a bestiary up in Hallowhaven, the Society of Enlightenment, giving you one more reason to try to return to Hallowhaven when this is all said and done. And with that, I believe just spent the rest of the evening kind of resting, recovering, having some conversations. And then the following morning, returned to the ruins of the settlement in sort of the southeastern edges of the caldera of the Isle of Ash to sort of begin your archaeological research there. Headed first to the temple in the center of the island, where in your previous visit to this place you had found a portal that was only usable by amber-touched Thrycreen. And using some clever illusion magic, Ghost basically allowed Specs to appear as a amber-touched Thrycreen for the purposes of magic, and pass through this portal. Looking through Specs' senses on the other side of the portal, Ghost saw a room not dissimilar from the one that you're in, though it seems a little bit more ornate, a little bit fancier, nicer sort of tiling in the floors, and with stairs that go up instead of stairs that go down. And a desk with a letter on it, which Specs hopped up onto the desk and read. This letter being from Shioket, the leader of the Devorators, this cult of Maw worshippers in the Underdark, and addressed from him to Phaetumeni, the queen of Hallowhive, hierarch of the Xanthian Church, essentially elucidating that the two of them have some sort of agreement, an arrangement together, that these exiles seemingly are being sent down here at her behest. He expressed his gratitude for the sending of Philord, explaining that his work had managed to complete a ritual needed for a group called the Asipu Rimki, seemingly these dragon cultists that you have encountered here as well. And also stating that the new dominion of Hallowhive's sort of excavations are nearly complete, according to one Professor Tugamai. Shioket seemingly insinuating that Tugamai has been either working with them or for them or something like that. This is Ghost's professor, long assumed dead since his last visit to this place. And basically insinuating that a new Dominion of Toroth, a new Kingdom of Fiends, is being constructed somewhere, unclear exactly where. And brief passing mention that some princeling on the surface is ready to receive them. And concluding by saying that the Maw, when this is all said and done, will no longer pose a threat to Hallowhive, and Shioket bemoaning the fact that he will probably never receive any gratitude for that. And that, with the conclusion of that letter, is exactly where we had left off. We will pick up right there. Before we do, inspirations. One goes to Boss for trying to scat and accidentally ruthlessly mocking Marble Stutter in the process.
Classic.
Forgot about that.
I forgot about that too.
Yeah.
And one to Morisco for your back-to-back nat 20s on impressing your idol with your cooking.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
Hell yeah.
That's so funny.
I still have it from my dragons are just different colored chickens comment.
I don't have any.
I don't have any.
Who do you like better?
Which of us is your better friend?
I'll go with Marble because he said something first.
All right. Marble, you have inspiration now as well. So, we will come back into Specs as he finishes reading this letter from Shioket to Phaetumeni. Ghost, you parse all this information. What would you like Specs to do next? Well, actually, I guess I have a better question for you. I don't know. He has to be within some number of feet of you in order for you to give him new commands, right?
Right. So what Specs does is what I originally commanded him to do, which is just continue to explore and see if he can figure out where, like, search for landmarks and figure out where his location is. He immediately ceases doing that because I stab him out of existence. Reconjure him in the room, and I give him new orders. I tell him, go back in there, bring that letter.
Okay. You conjure him back beside you, give him new orders to go back in and retrieve the letter. He nods at you, a very determined look on his face, sticks his long tongue out and cleans his eye, and then goes back through the portal once again, climbs back up onto the desk, picks up this little piece of paper in his mouth, and scurries back to the portal. There's kind of a flash of blue light, and appearing in the room next to Specs with some paper in his hands. I don't know if I mentioned this last time. This is written in Undercommon, in case that's not extremely obvious.
I will show it to Marble and ask him, what does this say?
You proceed to read the letter.
2 hours later.
Yeah.
I'll probably just transcribe it.
Okay, makes sense, sure. Grab a piece of paper and start copying it down in golden.
Does no
Is it the same letter?
Yeah. What? So, you're asking like if there's something sort of illusion or something on it. I see what you're trying to deduce here. Yes, the letter that Marble reads is the same as what you read last time. There are no surprises here with the letter. I think someone might still have detect magic up from last time. There is no magic at all on this letter. At least, that isn't obscured in some way. It appears non-magical.
Right.
At the end of that, you have a copied version of this letter written now in golden instead of just in Undercommon. And you have the text before you for all of you to read and understand.
Well, this is unfortunate and just far too much for me to process at the moment. So I'm going to disassociate for a moment, and I will go back into Specs and send him off to continue his previous mission of going and seeing if he can find the location that they are.
Understood. Yeah, you look over this letter and see mention of Professor Tugamai. I imagine that there's shivers that run up your spine as that happens. Boss, I know you're downstairs, but if you come up at one of these moments to see what the update is, you see you have now finally a name, seemingly, for these dragon cultists that attacked the scriptorium, the Asipu Rimki. That is ASIPU space RIMKI. I will write that out for you as well. And actually give me a history check. Apply your geopolitics lore.
15 plus 17 total.
17. This 17 is not a term that you have heard before necessarily in a 17. It sounds draconic, and it sounds like a sort of looking for a dialect of draconic that is specific to Babylon. You know that there's kind of multiple sort of dialects and subsets of draconic. And this is sort of a very ancient and flowery sort of version of draconic that with geopolitics lore. It's kind of associated with like the royalty of Babylon, being the capital of the Akkadian Empire, the sort of capital of the Dragon's Kingdom. It's a out of use, ancient and sort of like academic regal dialect of draconic. The literal definition of the words, because you speak draconic, I believe. Mm-hmm. The literal definition of the words translates as something along the line of like holy order or priesthood, something along that line. So some sort of regal holy order in Babylon is your guess based on context clues. Meanwhile, as you're pondering that, Specs makes his way back through this portal. And finds himself once again in this little room. Now, without any paper on the desk, but otherwise as he left it. Under the orders to explore and see if he can figure out where he is, he looks around the room and sees only one way out. There's no like windows or any obvious sort of landmarks. You're looking through his senses, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And for the sake of just, paranoia and, thoroughness, I will try to connect to him telepathically. I assume he is well out of the 120-foot range.
Yeah, it's a worthy experiment, and you do discover, to no surprise, you are not within 120 feet of Specs anymore, so you cannot issue him any new commands.
Okay, not some weird upside-down situation.
Right. No, it's definitely worth checking. You're not within range. give me, as you look through his eyes just in this room before he goes any further, I'm going to call this perception or investigation, and you may apply your archaeology lore.
That one.
Oh, nice.
Bummer. 11 total is
You know
not...
what? I'll use my inspiration on this.
Okay. 16 is better. That'll get you up to a new threshold at least.
16 plus 3 for 19.
Okay. Oh, so that's not including your lore yet. 19 is even better.
Yeah.
On a 19, you just this one little chamber. It will continue that 19 as you go further, but just looking at this room initially, the main thing that you take a look at, again, archaeology lore, looking at just like the construction of this room and its architecture. The floors, those tiles, are kind of like white and goldish in color. And the inlay is a like 7-pointed star. It is the holy symbol of the Xanthian Church. This is probably not a surprise to you given the context clues, but just to confirm it for you on that check, you know that Specs is somewhere in Hallowhive, presumably in some sort of... He's not just in some random house's basement. He's probably in a place of import in Hallowhive, perhaps the Ziggurat, perhaps the Golden Palace itself, perhaps the Citadel somewhere. You suspect that Specs has found himself in some sort of secret or hidden chamber within some building of great importance.
Okay.
With that revelation in mind, Specs looks around for any other option, finds none, and begins to sort of clamber his way up the stairs. He hops laboriously one step at a time, kind of pulling himself up. Got like focused tongue out, for brow furrowed. And goes up maybe 3 or 4 stories worth of stairs, climbing his way up in what essentially seems to be like maybe inverted isn't the right word, up a tower. He seems to be climbing up some sort of cylindrical tower or shaft of some sort that just has this staircase going down to the bottom, lit by sconces with sort of ever-burning fires in them. He eventually reaches a door. It is a heavy, ornate, rich wooden door. Wood gives you a hint here. Not a very, very common thing in Hallowhive. Not uncommon. It is surrounded by the verdant path, but nonetheless, like, the average home in Hallowhive doesn't have a wooden door, much less one this ornate. So he stands behind a big, heavy wooden stained door with sort of glass, or not glass, gold kind of filigree decorating it, very regal looking.
Can he hear anything on the other side?
Absolutely. Give me a perception check. And you know better than me. I don't know if this uses your perception or his. I think it's his.
I think it's his, because I use his senses.
I believe that's correct. So give me a perception check for him. Woof.
Damn, that was almost a 20.
I know, it rolled off that 20. On a 2, he sort of places the side of his head to this door and listens for a moment and hears nothing. Either it's too thick or there's nothing going on the other side. Even on a 2, just like his passive perception, which I assume is like 9 or 10 or 11 or something, there is a little bit of like light coming from underneath the door. This space is not large enough for him to fit through, but he can see that there is sort of light coming from underneath the door, as if there's, a lit space on the other side at least. But he does not hear or see anything else of note.
Is there... How big of a gap are we talking?
It's not an exceptional gap, I guess we'll put it that way. The amount of space that would normally be under a door, so, a quarter of an inch, maybe half.
Okay. So enough for, like, a cat to squeeze through.
Not enough for a cat to stick their paw under while you're trying to go to the bathroom.
Okay. Which is big enough for a mouse to crawl through.
Potentially, yes, yeah.
There's no way that he could open this door, I assume.
He can try. I mean, it's not impossible that he. I mean, it just has what appears to be like a doorknob. He's a little creature with little hands. He could probably turn a doorknob if he can get up to it. Truly, the barrier is going to be like getting up to the doorknob. He has about the same chances that a cat would have of opening a door, which is not impossible. If you want him to try, he can attempt. I would say probably athletics or acrobatics, whatever's better for him.
I love acrobatics. Can he just like oil himself into a little spring like Tigger and just jump up there?
Absolutely, for sure. He hunkers down, puts his little arms to the side. An 8. He leaps up ever so valiantly and probably clears about 6 inches in the jump. Not enough to get him to the doorknob. He misses it by probably about 1.5 feet.
It's huge for him, though.
It is huge for him.
Yeah, not having legs, that's a pretty good jump.
Hey, real quick, Goth, what you did to Specs to get him to like pass his Ambersash strike screen so he could move through this portal, is that something that you could just do on one of us?
Technically, yes.
It also bears mentioning, I believe Specs is still invisible, correct? Because Marble turned him invisible in that last, 10 minutes or an hour?
So that kind of depends on how you rule me dismissing him. Do spell effects end on him when I dismiss him?
I'm going to say that he retains the spell effects that are on him, I think. Because when you dismiss him, he isn't destroyed. He just goes off to like a pocket dimension and retains whatever's going on with him. So yeah. Yeah, this has nothing to do with your question, Boss, but Specs is still invisible, just for the record here. But sorry, back to Boss's question.
I was just curious, because at this point, like, would it be a dumb idea to let one of us go through here? Just like check.
The main concern with that is just like if one of us goes through and one of us gets caught, then we're like stranded.
Right? Yeah. Oh, I know. So just above table, I was curious if that was even an option. That's all.
Yeah, technically, and like definitely worth considering. I also don't know how much how much we gain by pushing this.
Correct. I mean, not saying that you've relayed any of this information to us yet, since you're going through Spec's senses, but I mean, we have to assume that he might be in the temple or something like that. Anyhow. I don't think that any of us would want to go alone to a place like this at this time.
Certainly not. We need to be able to bug out at any time.
Correct. It's just good to know that you even have this power, though.
I think in the meantime, Specs, as you guys discussed this, has made his way back down the stairs, has picked up one of the lamps off of the desk and is dragging it back up the stairs to hopefully be able to reach the doorknob with it, trying to follow his orders. Actually, no, he's smarter than that. He goes back through the portal and essentially, communicates to you that he can't reach a doorknob and asks you to give him some sort of way to help him reach a doorknob if you want him to keep doing what he was doing.
Can I make him tiny little, prosthetic legs?
You can certainly try.
little snake legs.
That would take too long.
There's precedent for prosthetic legs here. Yeah, that would be a project. It would take some time.
Yeah. I just wanted to say it because it sounded really cute.
Yeah, he comes back and starts doing the wildest charades a little worm can do, showing himself leaping up. He goes and finds the closest door and tries to jump up towards it.
Can I just get some sticks together and just make him a tiny ladder he can just pull in there and set up?
Sure, if you wish to. So I don't want to trivialize this too much. Sticks is kind of a hard thing to find down here. There's no wood, but there's other bits of metal and stuff down here.
Make him a little scrap.
Yeah, and if you don't even need to go look for anything new. You've been spending this entire adventure being like, I grab random pieces of metal. So yes, give me a very easy machinist tools check on DC 6. I don't think you even can fail that, frankly.
25?
Yeah, that'll do. In the space of less than 10 minutes. I'll say the very good roll is you get it done quickly, so the invisibility is still going on, essentially. You make a tiny little ladder that Specs can presumably prop up against that door to open it. Now, I leave it to you guys if you want him to go back and do that, but you have that going on now.
Wouldn't him dragging this ladder up 3 to 4 flights of stairs on stone would be pretty loud?
Clink, 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 every step, yeah.
We could strap it to his back.
It was a pretty heavy door. I couldn't hear much on the other side of it, so it might just be pretty soundproofed.
At this point, I'm okay to try, but once again, if we notify anyone that we are there, they will know where we are coming from.
I'll take some of the... Do you have the remainder of the disguise kit and just wrap it with just things to dampen its noise?
Okay, sure, yeah. Just tie a little bit of something soft to the end so it doesn't clank quite as loud.
Your pillow
Easy peasy.
shoes.
My pillow
You
shoe.
put your pillow shoes on. You tape more pillows to this thing. So many pillow tapings.
Is this what we'd like to do?
For what it's worth, because of the restrictions on this portal, very few people will likely be able to come chase after us even if he is discovered.
I think the only concern I have is that if you dismiss Specs, then we leave this ladder to be found.
This ladder's like 2 feet tall. It's like a Barbie ladder.
Itty bitty. A little bit bigger than Barbie, but much smaller than an actual ladder.
Also, like, I'm assuming that he has this conversation before I finished 10 minutes of making.
Yeah, this conversation is happening as you're constructing the ladder. Well, you do it quite quickly.
Is even a tiny little ladder enough to scry on who made the ladder? Like, if they just had the ladder, could they be like...
Somebody with Arcana proficiency would probably know that having someone's possession makes it easier to describe on.
I mean, I can just put it in my bag.
Well, you can't put it in your bag if it's left there.
Right.
Yeah, their concern is if it gets left
Oh.
behind and the enemy ends up with it.
Surely, if they want a possession of ours, they will find it. We've not been paying particular care to make sure we leave no tracks behind. I know we have spent shell casings. I mean, if they are looking for things that once belonged to us, they will find them.
But they're not going to find them in their citadel. They're going to find this ladder in their citadel.
That's true. That is true. That's true.
It gives them much more reason to find us. In arms.
Yeah.
In numbers. Not
Is
not
the-
just one demon coming across our path, but sending professionals in
Yeah.
large numbers.
Morisco, can you freeze water into the shape of a ladder?
I suppose if we made a ladder shape on the ground and poured water into it.
I think Morisco's magic is limited to literally just freezing water that is present. It's not quite like a druid craft, like create a cool thing out
Yeah.
of ice.
What I mean is that I have a water skin. I can pour water into
A ladder shape.
I will carve the shape of a ladder into the dirt. I will pour water into it as if I was cold forging something, and then you freeze it into a tiny ladder. He uses it to climb, and then it melts 2 hours later.
I like this plan.
All right. Is this plan? Do you proceed with this plan? I know this costs Morisco mana, so I'll wait till you guys actually determine if you're doing this before we.
It's fine.
All right.
What else are we using my spells for? It's okay.
All right. You guys pour out water in the shape of a ladder on the ground. Morisco, you very carefully, so that you don't disperse it all over the place. Freeze it using your ice spell. Give me a spell casting check here, just a straight charisma check. It's pretty low DC, but just essentially to make it structurally sound enough that it's not just going to break when it bears the weight of this little guy.
Can we give...
With crafting?
Yeah, totally. You do it with advantage. Good. Yes, 15 is totally fine. You get a structurally sound little ice ladder. In the interest of it not melting, Specs picks up this ladder and looks to you for permission, Ghost.
I will first wrap some little bandages around his hands.
Okay.
He doesn't get cold.
He's a lizard. He gets cold.
He does. He's a warm-blooded or cold-blooded little creature.
Yeah, and I'll send him on his way and see if this works. And if it doesn't, it's fine.
He nods at you and so heroically sticks his long tongue out, wraps it around to carry the ladder on his back, and scurries through the portal once again. There's a flash of blue. Begins making his way up the stairs. Give me one more athletics check with advantage. It's just to get the ladder to the top of the stairs, prop it up, and climb up it before something melts too much for it to work.
Or just breaks it.
Okay.
Or breaks it.
This one is definitely athletics, right?
I don't see a great argument for acrobatics here. I'm willing to entertain one if you have one.
And
I don't either, and just was kind of just pitch into the class, really.
I feel you.
That's survival.
You got advantage though. Unama.
Gonna need it.
Exact same roll. Okay.
Uh-oh.
The result is not that the plane completely fails. The result is that Specs, as kind of anticipated, is having a bit of a hard time dragging this thing up the stairs. There's a couple thunk, thunk, thunks as he accidentally hits it on the stairs as he goes. A couple times the ice shatters off of one side, so now it's kind of uneven a little bit. But he still makes it to the top of the stairs with this kind of uneven ladder and props it up like a weird wedge so that he can climb up kind of halfway to the doorknob and then make a very heroic leap up to the doorknob. The result of the two is that there's nothing graceful about what Specs accomplishes here. He makes it to the top of this ladder, leaps up, grabs the doorknob, and his momentum carries him enough to turn the doorknob, but he also loses his grip, hits the wall, the door flies open, the ice ladder falls to the ground and shatters with not a super loud sound, but the sound of ice shattering on the ground. But when he sort of stands up and looks into this room, he stands up just in time to hear the wall go thump against the wall behind it, apparently not having a door stopper against the wall on the other side. But despite all of that, he looks into a room.
Fun scene.
It was very fun. Yeah.
Looney Tunes nonsense.
He looks into what appears to be a bedchamber, a person's room. However, it is a extremely ornate, regal bedchamber. Ghost, give me perception using actually perception or investigation, and you can use your own investigation for this.
Let me just do a thing really quick.
Okay.
I think Ghost kind of puts two and two together and immediately pulls out of Spex's vision for a moment, and it's just oh god, it's the Queen's bedchamber.
Shut your eyes.
It seems very sacrilegious.
Sacrilege. She's a woman leading a fake cult.
She's, first of all, it's not fake.
The cult is.
Secondly, she's the God Queen. It's like looking at the face of. Anyways. Right, this is more important, and we'll try and go back into Spex's vision.
Okay. The time it takes you to come out of his vision, have that conversation with Bones, and return to Spex's vision was maybe about 30 seconds or so. In the intervening 30 seconds,
Everyone is here.
Specs has continued to look for clues about where he is. It's pretty obvious at this point, but he has his orders. He makes his way. Essentially, there is a bedchamber here. A big ornate bed in the middle of the room, which is a funny thing for a Thri-Kreen to have in the room because they do not sleep. But you know that Thri-Kreen do have to rest, and they like a comfortable place to lay and sit. It's not actually a place of sleep, but it is a place of rest, place of respite. He looks around the room. He finds that there is another door that he can go through to try to get more clues about where he is. He begins to make his way across the floor towards that door, and then right as you're coming back to his senses, you hear footsteps rushing towards the door that Specs is walking towards. Not the door that he has come through, but the door seemingly that enters this room. What do you do?
I mean, I just keep watching. I can't particularly do much of anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
The door flies open with a thud, and storming into the room are a couple of figures. There is a knight of the Xanthian Church in white and gold with a white sort of cape flowing behind, sort of ant-like tall guy, accompanied by a priest wearing the garb of the Xanthian priests, sort of the veil covering the eyes with the holy symbol of the Xanthian Church on it. And leading those two, standing in front of them, is a figure that has to crouch a little bit to come through this doorway that stands about 7 feet tall. His shoulders having to be turned a little bit to fit through the door. Kaga Turum, the right hand of the queen, her personal guard, comes barreling into the room accompanied by a priest and a knight. They spot Specs in the middle of the floor. And
Do they? Even invisible?
Oh, he's invisible. Thank you. Let's see here. Give me a stealth check with advantage for Specs. This is a pretty low DC.
Don't roll badly.
Surely, with how I've been rolling,
It won't go badly. There's no way.
surely one has to work out.
Right.
That would be a 10.
10. They don't see Specs. What they see immediately is that the door leading down that staircase is open, ajar, and there's a little partially melted ice ladder shattered on the floor next to it. And beyond that little ice ladder, one of them on a 23 perception check sees the little pitter-patter of wet footprints dragging from this partially melted ladder across the floor. And they follow those footprints to where Specs is basically scurrying to go get underneath the bed. There's nothing that you can hear from their communications. They are Thrycreen. They do not have to speak to give commands to one another. Kaga begins storming to the door and then begins making his way down the stairs as the knight and the priest, the priest rushes over to the bed and gets down on his hands and knees to look for what's under the bed as the priest begins to cast a spell. That's what you see in those moments.
I will poof Specs out. Don't really. Alright, I think we're okay, just in case. Everybody be ready in case somebody comes through.
Wait, you think we're okay or someone's coming through?
I don't know.
These are two very different things.
Yeah, I was say I get the
Alright.
gun out.
Yep.
I
Say, be prepared just in case somebody comes through. I don't think that they can, but just in case.
Ghost, on the opportunity that somebody does come through, are we shooting first or are we talking?
Boy, isn't that a question? Probably subdue first.
I will aim low.
There is a tense, heart-throbbing 30, 45, 60, 120 seconds waiting and expecting a blue flash of someone to come through this portal. I don't know how long you stand here and wait, but in the first 2-3 minutes, nothing comes through.
2 minutes, and then...
Understood. After about the first 2 minutes, nothing has come barreling through. You suspect, Ghost, that your suspicion that... Well, it's not even suspicion. You know this portal is only usable by Ambertouch Thrycreen. You don't think that Kagaturum or these people can use it. That said, you found a way to work around that. You presume they can too.
Right, that's the main concern.
You assume that they have
Right.
either not done that yet, or are not going to do it. Whatever, you're not sure, but
Alright, I think it's about time we leave here.
go ahead, Marble.
is there a way to disable this without destroying it?
Certainly, there is.
So that for instance, we could disable it and then possibly use it as a way to get back in, but cut it off from them.
Potentially. There is, just straight rules as written off the top of my head, there's a spell called Gate Seal that you can cast to make portals stop working within a certain range. I believe it's 4th level. I don't think that you're going to be able to replicate that effect just with raw dogging and artificer's tools check. You think that maybe with a crafting session of several hours, you could find a way to disable this portal. Maybe, even then that might be a tall ask. You certainly not quickly, no, without a spell to do that. There are spells that could do it. You could, an anti-magic field obviously would do it. A Gate Seal being a much lower level effect could do it.
What else do you guys have to do down here? I'm thinking it's time we get out of Dodge.
So the remaining things that were talked about, I'll leave you guys to how much you still wish to do. Ghost, you wanted to do some archaeology in this settlement that you haven't really had a chance to do much of yet. And then you guys had talked about wanting to return to Xerxes' Keep to potentially either change or destroy or interfere with their statue communication thing. I think. Oh, and Ghost also kind of wanted to go back to the dig site where he and Professor Tugumai and everybody were researching in the first place when he first came here. So those are the things you guys had talked about wanting to do here.
Only thing running through my head is that whoever just went down those stairs saw that letter is gone, which means they know someone has it, which means they are coming for us.
Could they not do that scry thing on the letter to find out where you are? Because you now own it, or does the magic think that it still belongs to the previous person?
Good point. I'll stuff it into my handicap sack.
Wise. Move that to an extraplanar space.
Yep.
Yeah, you presume that Kagaturum at least has just discovered that that letter is missing. It begs the question. Cadence, roll me an insight check, since you're the one who brought this up.
Bad 7.
7. Okay. Yeah, valid concern. Go ahead, Marble.
Hearing that there is urgency to leave, Marble does much like Morisco, and I'm going to go start grabbing as much amber as I can from the building. I'm like, the adults are talking, I have to go get my amber.
Okay.
I will help you.
All right, as that conversation's happening, a couple of you guys head down and just start plucking amber. In terms of in here, you guys had already plucked most of it. I'm going to save the roll for how much more you find out in the rest of the settlement for if you stay and continue doing that. So let's resolve the plans for the moment. But yes, you guys grab all the amber in this place. No problem. No rolls required for that. You can plainly see it all and just grab it.
Well, let's leave this temple.
For the moment, you guys make your way at least out of the temple, it sounds like. Back out into sort of the streets of this settlement, unless you're just immediately shattering the portal or the crystal and teleporting out. For what it's worth, ghosts, probably 5-10 minutes pass in the time that it takes you guys to just kind of regroup, get outside, gather the amber, and no one has come through yet. You know that your magic aura spell certainly could have been cast by now. It just in terms of the raw casting time, it's unclear, how many people they have that could cast that and how long it would take them to get there, where the queen is, etc.
Right.
But all of which is to say that after about 10 minutes, there's still not like an army rushing out of the temple looking for you guys yet, at least for the moment. I leave it to you to decide how much of a time crunch you guys are in to get the fuck out of here, or if you're willing to stay and continue to do kind of the research you wanted to do around here.
The teleport is instant, right?
Yeah, just happens right away.
The main concern is that it is open for a minute.
Yes, sorry, point of clarification. I thought you meant the portal that we just talked, that you were just going through. The teleport to Drakaush's shop is a little crystal you throw, and it makes a door that shows up for 1 minute.
Gotcha.
The door stays. You don't have a way to close it.
Gotcha.
But we could hide it.
Essentially, yeah.
Well, I was thinking if it was instant, we could just wait till the last possible second, get whatever you guys need done. But if it's going to be up for a minute, we can't wait. It needs to be something we do ahead of time.
What do you think you'll find in the dig site?
Well, if nothing else, I have more reason to go there now than ever, because, at least according to this letter, my professor who was killed there is not dead, possibly. So if we can find any trace of where they went from there, that would be very helpful.
I will say, Ghost, I know the one thing that you wanted to do was explore this settlement with some very specific questions in mind. Last time you were here in the settlement, you did roll an extremely good archaeology check. If memory serves, it was either 29 or you might have even broke 30 on it. So, all of which is to say, you have some unanswered questions here still, but you know where to look. You also have Talania here to help you. Underdark archaeology is her entire thing. So if you want to try to make some checks to explore this settlement a little bit more as quickly as possible, you're welcome to do that. If it's a higher priority to you to get to your previous dig site, whatever you wish to do.
I could also take... Boss turns and says, if you want to stay and look, I could take a watch and keep our eyes towards the western rim, and I could let you know through signal if there is any danger.
I think we all have to stick together at this point. If they come, we need to be able to go, at the exact same time.
I do agree.
I don't... Can I do an insight check just to confirm what I'm about to say?
Yeah, go for it.
I would be very surprised if they would follow us through that portal. If anything, I suspect that they would likely take the path through the Underdark, because as far as they're aware, this portal is compromised and so presumably would be trapped on this side. Until they have a way to scry or confirm that the portal is safe, which could take some time, I think that they're fairly likely to take a safe route. We have at least a couple of days.
Yeah, good. Give me an insight check to see what you can sort of... I won't undermine anything that you've said, but see if you can get some assuredness in those opinions.
There it is. Once a campaign.
Nat 20.
Nat
24.
20. Hell yes. Okay. On a nat 20 insight check on essentially how much urgent danger you feel like you're in at the moment. One thing, it occurs to you. This is kind of a bit of a tangent, but I'm going to do the tangent first before I come to what you're actually talking about. The tangent is there's concern earlier that now they're going to be able to scry on this letter that you've taken because they know that you have it. You on a nat 20 insight check, there is absolutely no reason you can think of why the queen would leave that letter sitting there after she received it. You believe that you have acquired this letter before the queen ever read it. Does that make sense?
Okay.
You think that
Yeah.
they're going to go down there and not see a letter. They're not expecting a letter. They didn't know there was a letter down there. If they knew it, they would have taken it and it wouldn't have been there. You suspect that you got to that letter before the queen did. So that's one little piece of your nat 20. You think that certainly your argument is not invalid, that they're going to think this portal is compromised and not just like send people through it because they could be putting them into imminent danger. However, you do know that like this portal leads directly into the queen's personal chambers. They're going to secure it. They may not move super hastily to just send people through all willy-nilly. They're not going to leave this liability connected to the queen's personal chamber. Now that it's compromised, it will be either closed or it will be secured again on this side. The question is how long it's going to take them to do that. I will say also, the fact that they didn't immediately come barreling through that portal after you and now 10 or 15 minutes have passed severely limits their strategic ability to look for you. Because you think from their perspective, somebody came through the portal or sent a familiar through the portal or something. Some little thing came through the portal with a little ice ladder. However long passes, at least 15 minutes now, before they can get someone in to see what it was. You guys could be anywhere 15 minutes from now. You could have fled immediately and be completely gone. You could be off on a boat going back across the lake. You could be, in one of these buildings hiding. You could be in one of these caves, one of these mines. They no longer have, as long as you guys hide well and cover your tracks, a great way to pursue you. Their best chance of finding you was finding you immediately before you had a chance to flee. Now that you're not just standing around that portal, it's going to be much, much harder for them to find you unless you just stay right here. So all of that to say, Ghost, you're not wrong in assuming that you're correct that the safest way for them to come check out this point of sort of lack of security is to come down the old-fashioned way through the Underdark and approach this place that way. On a nat 20 insight check, I think that you consider it unlikely that at some point in the next 24 hours at most, and probably less than that, they're going to send somebody through that portal to secure the other side of it, even if it poses risk to them. As far as that as far as the exact time frame, even on a nat 20, you're not sure. There's just too many variables you don't know. You don't know what they're absolutely not going to do is send the queen through alone, because she's the only one who can go through it naturally. So the question is, how long is it going to take them to gather up enough uses of a magic aura spell to outfit enough soldiers that they feel comfortable sending them through? And that's a question you just don't know. You're not sure how long that's going to take. You don't think it'll be fast. Also, you rolled a nat 20. I think you think that you have at least a couple of hours. That's my guess. Because here's the other thing. Sorry, we're getting really in depth on this one insight check. It was nat 20. Consider for a moment, you don't know how many people know this conspiracy is going on, right? You don't know how many people in the upper echelons of Hallowhive are aware of the fact that the queen has a portal to the Isle of Ash in her room. They can't just tell everyone that. So there's like a very limited amount of people that they can go to and be like, hey, I need a non-detection spell and I can't tell you why. I need you to do it and ask no questions and walk away. All of which is to say,
yeah, but she absolutely can.
She can. It just is. It will take time.
Yeah.
She does. She wants to. You suspect that she wants to keep this as under wraps as possible. So the fewer liabilities and loose ends, the better.
But this is also not just a portal to a spot on the Isle of Ash, but it's a very. This portal drops into this temple.
Right.
Like it's very.
Right. Yes. If anyone if anyone who's not in on this finds out about this portal, jig's up, essentially.
So I'd say that with this information, we continue to move on. But if you have a few hours to look through these ruins, I believe that now is the time to get started. Anything in particular we could help you look for?
Yes. What did they eat? How any signs of how they were to their relationship with the demons and devils here? Was it subservient? Were they cooperating with them? Is there some sort of power dynamic? The more that we can learn about how they functioned as a society, the more that we can understand what their needs were and understand why they are doing this, what their motivations would be, and what their objectives are.
Understood.
Perfect.
Can I use a smell check then to start looking for food signs?
Absolutely. So here's what I'm going to say. I think a bunch of people are essentially helping with the thing. Talania will help you with this as well. So Ghost has advantage for a zillion reasons on what's going to be an investigation check applying archaeology lore as well. Does anyone have any way to buff it other than just help? Does anyone have like a guidance?
Yeah, guidance.
Okay, cool. So Ghost, give me a investigation check, apply archaeology lore, add a d4 for guidance. That puts you at 30. Hell yeah. Okay, that's a bar. You've reached the 30 bar. I'm going to come back, actually, to your 30 and do one just like nuts and bolts brass tacks thing. Marble, and I think a couple of others wanted to just gather all the amber you can find.
Yeah.
And also gather just like whatever crafting materials you can find.
Yeah.
For amber, give me just a luck check for how much is here. It is not hard to find. There's no check to look for it. It's just how much is here. So give me a luck check.
Can our lucky guy do it?
Yeah. This is important to everybody. So yes. 8. Okay. You go through again. You guys have already, I believe you should all have these written down. Gathered a bunch of amber. You've written down some. Marble, you've written down. I think Morisco has. Ghost has some attached to his item. Going through the rest of the city and just gathering what you didn't gather already. You just get 2 more little pea-sized bits of amber. As a point of reference, you guys have 15 or something of those now, I believe. All of them in the temple, plus all of them that you found from the streetlights out here and stuff. You do find, you're expecting more, because there's more than 2 streetlights out here that you haven't gathered. You do find that some of them are, like, not actually amber. They're little pieces of quartz or other cheaper minerals that have been just enchanted with the orange glow, essentially.
I mean, I'll take them.
You still grab those too, for sure. They're much, much, much less valuable. I will say, I don't know, you guys can add up how many you have as a group. Each one of these tiny little specks, little pea-sized bits of amber gemstone, were you to find the right market for it, would sell for about 250 marks. You guys have now thousands of marks worth of amber. What you do with it is up to you, but in other words, we've spent some time, all this currency and coinage you've gathered and all these magic items that you're going to get from Jakrouch and all these rewards. One of these pieces of amber is worth more than any magic item that you have found so far. Right. And this amber is by far the most valuable thing you guys have collected. Right. Aside from the amber, also please give me a Artificer's Tools check to just salvage crafting materials. This is just bits of metal and, hinges and gears and nails.
17.
17, okay. You find as you look through the city, and we'll come to some of this with Ghost as well, that there are little workshops here. There's little blacksmith shops and little mining operations and stuff that you can gather and much of it has been sort of taken away and what exodus happened here, but a lot was left behind as well. You said it was, what was the number total, sorry?
17.
You find 100 marks worth of crafting material. So you can only use it to craft with, but you have 100 marks worth of crafting material.
I assume you've just been keeping track of all the amber and war about splitting.
I think Boss has written down.
I have some that I grabbed. He has some that he grabbed.
I have 4.
I've watched several people write down little bits of amber. I know Ghost and Maurice.
I assume when we get up top, we'll find a buyer and worry about actually splitting.
No.
or use or
if you're using it for crafting.
Again, I will say the reason this is such a prized material, this tiny little bit of amber is enough to make an incredible piece of Arcanotech for its size.
Yeah. So the middleman and turn it straight into a magic item. Yeah.
If
you're the
you get kind of so with gemstones for crafting Arcanotech, you get diminishing returns as they get too big. So a gem the size of like a quarter and one the size of like a baseball and one the size of like a melon are all going to give you about the same effects. As you get too small, you start to sort of dwindle. But just for a point of reference, if you had an amber crystal a size of about a quarter, a little bit bigger, for example, if you were able to combine all of these amber crystals that you have somehow, that's the kind of crystal they use to make the engine for a Zeppelin.
Sure.
It's, this is the most powerful material for crafting. So anyway, you have all that. You have your crafting materials. As that is going on, I know you guys are all staying close together. Ghosts, with help from Boss smelling, from Bones looking around, from Talania, as we're using her expertise as well.
So I'm keeping my eye on the horizon with my lens.
Good to know. I'll bring that up in a minute. You begin to search through this place, looking for essentially just like the basic questions of how did these people live? What did they eat? How did they survive? What was their relationship like with the demons? On the surface of this settlement, you find the answer to the most mundane of those questions, just the way the society lived. You find evidence of a society that lived in a terrible, volatile, violent place, and yet somehow adapted to survive. There are homes here, modest little hovels where groups of people would cohabitate. There are places of work. You find blacksmiths and tailor shops and tanners and distilleries. You find evidence, as far as food, that most of the food supply here came from a combination of fishing and the cultivation of Underdark fauna, so like fungi and stuff like that. They would grow like mosses and flowering, fruiting roots and mushrooms and stuff that Boss sort of leads you to with the smell check, sort of like corners of the settlement where people would farm and grow these things in sort of shallow pits near the coast especially. And then in addition to that, they seem to have also subsisted on like hunting monsters here and there. They would slay some hunted Underdark monster and eat its body. Amongst these workshops, these places that you find of business, you find a blacksmith shop where there is a big piece of spiked metal. It's like a long sort of metal rod, almost like a fireplace poker with like a hooked spike on the end. And Ghost, you recognize this piece of metal right away. This is a piece of a Titan worm harness. The Titan worms that you use to get around in Hallowhive, your like public transit system here. There's no mistaking it. That is definitely what this piece of metal is. And that is strange, because there is no evidence of Titan worms here. In fact, it doesn't seem possible that there would be Titan worms here based on the size of this island and the sort of geology here. There's not enough space for them. And to your knowledge, they also don't roam at these depths. The reason Hallowhive is safe from Titan worms is that they won't roam lower than about 8 miles below the surface, or less than that, even less than 8. And you're even lower than that now. So the presence of a Titan worm harness here, make of that what you will, that is strange.
Could it be used for fish?
Potentially, but Ghost, you think it would be... Probably not. It would be overkill to the point of fatal. It's very, very sharp. If you tried to like hook this into a big giant fish, it would probably kill them eventually. Titan worms have this very, very thick sort of outer skin that you can safely hook something into, a very, very Shai-Hulud sort of, and safely be able to not hurt it in the process.
Can I tell if it was made here or if it was something that was like scavenged and brought back here?
On 30, it seems to be made here. It seems to be of make of this place, especially the fact that you find it in a blacksmith shop, like behind a counter where there are the tools and like casts appropriate to make this thing. You think it was made here?
Is it made out of something that Hallowhive doesn't have access to? Was Hallowhive trading with this place to get Titan worm harnesses?
No. Ghost, you know how Titan worm harnesses are made. There's nothing about this make that couldn't be done in Hallowhive or couldn't be done here. Okay. The material's the same.
Right. It's possible that wherever they're moving, they're going to be needing Titan worms, or perhaps that's how they've been transporting people.
Go ahead, Bones.
So I might be jumping the gun here. Tell me to wait if I need to wait. They obviously was an evacuation order. I'm keeping an eye out for how that order was given. Are there signs? Is there like a, hey, everybody needs to leave on this date? Where did the order come from? What's it written in? Who was giving the order? Was it given through the church? Yada, 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 yada.
Outstanding question. We will go ahead and move then to the exodus from the island. Some more findings here. But as you look through Ghosts, before I move to sort of the Exodus, do you have any more questions about like how people lived here? Let me just tell you, because there's going to be some more answers that you're going to find somewhere else on the very good investigation check. You walk through the city with more questions, specifically, especially related to the Fiends. You know the Fiends lived here. You know that these people have some kind of relationship with the Fiends, but you are wondering what it is. Is it subservient? Is it, were they enslaved by them? Or do they just cohabitate with them? What was it? And you're kind of drawing a little bit of a blank on that question. And it occurs to you as you're walking through, you look over towards the clutch of this place. Again, almost identical in make to the one of Hallowhive, the pit where the young would be sort of born and bred and eventually raised. It occurs to you, in Hallowhive at least, the clutch is not just a pit full of eggs. It is also a bunch of little chambers where a group of people called the Widows like raise the young. They teach them the Xanthian faith. They, teach them how Hallowhive society works. It occurs to you that one can learn a lot about a society by examining what it teaches its children. So you think probably the clutch would be a good place to go to for some of those answers. You find looking through, it is clear that life was not easy here. In fact, not easy is a major understatement. It's clear that these people lived on the razor's edge of survival at all times, only ever one earthquake or eruption away from the decimation of their infrastructure. One thing that you do, also kind of looking into the process of this exodus that happened, is try to tally how many people lived here, like what was the total population based on the number of homes here, how many could have theoretically lived in each home, and so forth. You and Talania working together kind of deduce that probably at the height of its population, there may have been as many as about 10,000 people living here. However, based on the evidence that you find, the population that was here most recently, the one that left, was probably like less than half that, maybe 4,000 to 5,000 people. And you also find evidence that over the last 700 years, at its lowest points, the population of the city may have dwindled as low as a few hundred, like one seismic catastrophe away from extinction. Nonetheless, it's clear that these people never came anywhere near what could be described as thriving, but they eked out a life. It strikes you that they must have been quite a resilient people to have survived in this place as long as they did. Go ahead, Cadence.
So, Ghost said he was looking for signs of, like, a power structure.
Mm-hmm.
Are there signs as we're walking through that, like, some people here lived better than other people? Or, like, does that kind of...
Yeah, no, it does make perfect sense. Honestly...
I assume kind of probably not.
Less so than anywhere you have ever seen in your life.
Yeah.
Prior to this... The place that you have visited that had the least sort of like power and wealth disparity was Hallowhive. Hallowhive is very, like, for the most part, even. There's like the church as the ruling class, but aside from that, like 99% of Hallowhive's population lives basically the same life.
Right.
In terms of sort of like buying power and, all that stuff. It's very, very, very much communal. And that seems to be the case here, even more so here. You don't even find signs of like, at least immediately, like religious leadership here, with the exception of the temple. Obviously, you assume there must have been some kind of leadership structure here, but it's not obvious or pronounced, at least out here. Yeah, I find more in the clutch. Bones, looking around for like how was this exodus sort of organized and orchestrated, who gave the orders, how did they give them. You are not finding any like signage that says like go to the harbor at this date and we're gonna exit these times. You presume that probably there must have been some sort of orders like that out. They presumably were removed afterwards. However, you're still able to investigate the exodus, how it happened, where did everyone go, etc. We've kind of talked about a little of this already, but the settlement's residents, those 4,000 to 5,000 that lived here, seem to have left en masse over about the last 3 to 4 months, with the last of them having been gone about a month or so, with the exception of just a few stragglers, Shioket and presumably this like bat guy and a couple cultists just left behind. Specifically, the trails of these people's exodus lead to the harbors, where there are metal boats, roughly kind of riverboat sized and shaped, with oars, but of course with no sails. There are basically signs of 4,000 to 5,000 people leaving via these harbors over the course of a few months. But obviously, needless to say, the path kind of goes cold there as to where they went. They went to the harbors and went somewhere on boats. That said, the path is not entirely cold because you do a little bit of just essentially math of how long it would take to remove all the people from the city over that short of an amount of time. You guys deduce essentially on your checks that you've made, these boats carrying these people away from this place could not have gone very, very far. One, the lake that surrounds the Isle of Ash is big, but it's not an ocean or a sea. There's only so far that these boats could have gone before running into land at some point. These boats don't appear to be equipped for long voyages. You guys both have some vehicle information. These are not these wouldn't last for days and days and days in terms of a voyage, in terms of just having enough stock to feed everyone on them and so forth. And then in addition, the speed at which everyone was moved indicates they were probably moving 1 to 2 boatloads of people every day, meaning they couldn't have been going more than a quarter of a day away in order to accomplish this.
So, am I correct in understanding that they'd send a boat and an empty boat would come back?
Yes. What you find is essentially they send a boat, empty boat comes back, another group gets on, goes out, and they were doing that about twice a day.
That's valuable. That's good. Okay.
It's about twice a day, indicating they couldn't have been going terribly, terribly far.
Got it. And also that they were not doing they weren't doing a circumnavigation hoping to find a new place. They had a place, they found it, they were dropping people off.
Yes, absolutely. You definitely get that indication. They were clearly going somewhere set in mind and making quite efficient work of it.
Got it. Understood.
If we're checking these boats out, looking around, is there any other paperwork or any mapping?
On the 30 investigation check, you're not finding any indication map-wise or paperwork-wise about where they would have gone. No. Presumably, if that was here, it has been removed. Does anyone have questions about that before we move on to the clutch?
Yeah, what happened?
I'm not going to tell you that.
Okay, thanks for asking.
You guys make your way towards the clutch. I'm referring to this as the clutch. Obviously, you don't know what these people called it, but it is, as we discussed last time, looks identical to the clutch of Hallowhive. Not just similar, but basically identical. It is the pit where the grubs are born and then raised. This iteration of the clutch lacks kind of the religious trappings of the Xanthian church. However, there are some sort of noteworthy through lines here. You begin to sort of make your way down the staircase that leads down into this pit, and find basically little side room alcoves that lead down halls into little rooms. Where but if things happened here the way that they happened in Hallowhive, which you're finding evidence that they did, the children of this place were born and then raised.
Can I go to my bedroom?
Absolutely, you can. You do find, for what it's worth, the architecture isn't so similar that literally bedrooms are in the same spots, but you can go to you absolutely can go to a hall where little rooms are and go to the third door on the left, which would have been yours as well. It may not be oriented exactly the same or be exactly the same size, but you find what would have been your bedroom if you were here. You begin to move through this place looking for what the children of this place were taught, how they were raised. There is very little in the way of written text, but you find what equates to sort of classrooms, little preschool classrooms and grade school classrooms, some of which have carved reliefs in the walls, showing various scenes of the history and culture of this place. You find a bunch of scenes that show humanoids, Thrycreen almost entirely, and demons cohabitating, living together in this place. Based on the way it's depicted, it does not seem to be an entirely peaceful or amicable relationship. You see the demons are usually depicted with cruel faces and demeanors. The people around them are often depicted as afraid. The demons are depicted as sort of monstrous things. But they are nonetheless pictured living at least symbiotically, if not peacefully, with the people of this place. You find them walking through the same streets together and discussing things together. you find depictions of people, humanoids, Thri-kreen, being sacrificed to the Maw. There are images of people being butchered and thrown into the pit in the temple in the center of this place. And the gaping maw in the deep below. And then sort of depicted as sort of in exchange are images of demons and humanoids working together to survive in this brutal place. And specifically, the humanoids of this place being kind of protected by the maw and the demons here. You even find one room as this has like sort of historical imagery that shows the maw slaughtering Illithid. Essentially, the imagery showing like Illithids enslaving this island and the maw sort of moving to slay the Illithid and free the people from them. In other rooms, you find depictions of Teotihuacán, the fifth daughter of Leizama, which show her encased in amber outside the entrance of the temple that you were just in. You recall, upon your first arrival at that temple, finding like a pedestal out front with a broken placard. You see that pedestal was empty when you found it, but you see in all of the imagery you're finding of the temple, Teotihuacán is encased in an amber crystal on that pedestal. You get the sense that, according to this imagery at least, this fifth daughter of Leizama, the god queen of Hallowhive, founded it, was encased in an amber crystal outside of the church, presumably having been taken with them during this exodus. You find a few depictions that show Hallowhive. You see like the ziggurat and the surrounding sort of verdant path. These are brief, and they are shown essentially as offering kind of a false hope. There's imagery of the lamp failing, of it going dark, and of the maw consuming Hallowhive. Essentially, you're finding evidence that these people were taught that Hallowhive is a false hope, that one day it will be consumed and the lamp will fail, and that in order to avoid that fate, the best course of action is to serve the maw and align themselves with it in order to avoid its wrath. And as part of that sort of grim service, you find you go to find your room. And you walk down a hallway to the little third door on the left, find a room that looks not at all unlike yours. And at the end of that hallway, something catches your mind or your eye as being quite different from the one in Hallowhive. There's a bit of kind of different construction here that you kind of start to follow. It leads up a sort of a distance and to the temple. To sort of like a side door that leads to close to where the sacrifices were made. You find not depictions, but just the sort of grim logistical evidence that many of the sacrifices that were made to the maw here were grubs and eggs and young Thri-kreen. You find chambers where essentially grubs and eggs and children were stored in temporary holding until they could be tossed into the pit to feed the maw. You find images that depict a reincarnation belief very akin to that of Hallowhive. Imagery of souls perishing and being reborn into the grubs of the clutch. Even using the exact same method of possessions to figure out who the reincarnated dead once were. It strikes you and Talania on your very good checks. These ruins that you're walking through, the age of this clutch that you're moving through and finding all this is older than Hallowhive. So it indicates to you that this belief system, this clutch, this like reincarnation belief and all of this is older than Hallowhive itself. So take that with what it is. And then finally, I know there's some questions floating. You do also find a little bit of information regarding just the history of Toroth. You find imagery kind of depicting Toroth at the height of its power as a great and vast city inhabited by Underdark folk and also inhabited by many fiends. And in this imagery, you find one very great mural that essentially depicts at the center of the Isle of Ash, at what was once Toroth, where there is now that sort of volcanic crater, was essentially just a mountain, not a volcanic one, but just a mountain, with the whole city sort of built along it and up to its peak. And then imagery of an eruption in the center of Toroth that plunged the kingdom into ruin, and depicted as being responsible for that, as being the cause of that catastrophic destruction. You see a depiction of a black dragon that looks much like Xerxes. And that is kind of the last thing that you find here off the top of my head. Let me come to Boss.
Just 2 questions on the images. How is the maw depicted?
The maw is depicted kind of vaguely. You guys saw a depiction of it once on the way down to Hallowhive. Basically just a black background with just a big, giant fanged maw and red eyes. It basically is just depicted as that, just like a big, almost Cheshire cat, like a big fanged maw with red eyes in just a shroud of darkness. Yeah. You don't see any imagery that shows like its corpus, its shape, what it looks like, what its body is. It is essentially just a gaping maw in darkness.
Gotcha. The other question I had was back to the image of the sacrifices that were being made to the maw.
Yes.
Was that just like Thri-kreen and humanoids, or were the fiends also depicted as being sacrificed?
Just humanoids and Thri-kreen. The fiends seem to have evaded that grim fate. You're not sure if in 700 years a fiend was never sacrificed, but
it's not being shown.
Right. That is not what's being taught here at this place, at least to the children of this place. Ghost, do you have any more questions, follow-up questions, stuff that I can elucidate for you based on all of that, or other questions that I didn't address? Because you rolled a 30.
Yeah. From all of this, am I able to, deduce some explanation for why the sudden exodus? Like, is there some prophecy that was kind of alluded to, or was there some change in their relationship with the maw? Anything like that?
That's an interesting question. You don't see anything here that elucidates why this exodus happened, any shift in their relationship. You are piecing together that the relationship that these people had to the demons was certainly not totally friendly, hold hands, we get along and are allies. It very much was they cohabitated with the demons and made regular living sacrifices to the maw as essentially a relationship of transactional subservience to them.
Right.
So, all of which is to say, it's not hard for you to imagine on a 30 that probably, except in their worst moments of being culturally gaslit, you doubt that they ever didn't want out of this. You imagine being born here, raised your whole life knowing that any day it might be your turn to be sacrificed to the maw, thrown into a deep pit and eaten by a demon in darkness, and that there is no other hope for you, that the only light on a hill anywhere in the Underdark is Hallowhive, that if you go there you're betraying the demon lord who is going to consume you. And presumably based on these reincarnation rules then would not be reincarnated to be born again. You would lose your eternal soul. I guess there's no clear line of something changed and now we gotta go, but you suspect that it was probably on the hearts of these people always to make or build a better life for themselves. Honestly, Marble watched a kind of elderly Thri-kreen woman accused of being one of these cultists, one of these Devortor's maw worshippers, step to the edge of the pit and say, I spent my life building a future that I will never see, and then throw herself into the pit. That may be the best piece of evidence that you have. You suspect that something they have been trying for some time to make a better lives for themselves, and maybe something finally gave them the chance to do that. What that something is, you do not know, other than the clues that you have from these letters from Shioket and what you found here, but no smoking gun here that tells you why they all left all of a sudden.
Okay.
Go ahead, Cadence.
I'm guessing Nadi would have mentioned it, but is there a figure that's depicted over and over again that might allude to this surface prince she mentioned in the letter?
No, there's no depiction of the surface of any kind.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
I figured not.
it's strange to think of you and your party here have come from the surface, and sort of everything that you're thinking about, and this is I don't know, surface centric in a certain way. You're always having in your back of your mind a world infinitely larger than this one, miles above you, with millions more people than the 5,000 that lived here. This here and these depictions of Hallowhive are all these people ever knew. You don't find any evidence that anyone living in this city was ever taught that there is a surface, that there is a world out there. This is the world, this cave. And there's another one up there if you want to get eaten by them all. You don't see any reason to believe that anyone here knew that the surface existed or was a thing.
Got it.
They were just simply raised in this. It is a very brutal and grim belief system to be raised in. Essentially, children being like fostered in the belief that eventually everything will be consumed by darkness and evil, and the only chance that any of us have at survival is to embrace that darkness in order to avoid being consumed by it. But if this island and the lake around it is all that you ever knew, this brutal and grim place, it's not hard to see how such beliefs would take hold if you knew nothing else.
It's safe to assume that at some point down in the clutch here, or whatever it's called, there are images of like the Devorator cult, right? Like some
You
like
find some imagery. Yes, and I will say,
but there is like an organized religion here.
Yes, there is. You do see that I forgot to bring that up. So people were asking about like a religious leadership order here. You do see that there is at least some power structure here in terms of like, there is a order, a like religious order of these Devorators. And to a certain extent, you get the sense, like even the way that they're described in these teachings, like is that everyone on this island is considered to be a Devorator to a certain extent. But they have sort of like leadership that, supposes to speak on behalf of them all and stuff. You do find that, again, this place is seemingly led by sort of a religious order. You do find images indicating that this religious order is not exempt from the sacrifices. You find images of even them like laying their own lives down for this. Again, very much like a communal place. You find like the people of this place, and sort of like a honestly way before its time democracy. They chose their own leaders. They sort of like picked who would be the next leader of the Devorators. You do find indications, Ghost, and all of you, of essentially, and this may clue in to your question about what sparked all this so suddenly. You find indications of essentially a prophecy not dissimilar to that which exists in Hallowhive, essentially saying that like amber-touched Thri-kreen are fated for great destinies, and are the birth of an amber-touched Thri-kreen is an omen of great change and great tidings, and that they're always sort of hailed as almost like Messiah-like figures. So Shioket, you've seen him with your own eyes to be an amber-touched Thri-kreen. You're receiving indications that he's the leader of this place. 30 investigation check. If this place has been waiting for centuries to get out from underneath the rule of fiends, and a Messiah was born to them, probably has something to do with it.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the conspiracy then? If this hasn't been touched on, this might be part of what we're still trying to figure out. Between like Shioket, this group, and like the Queen of Hallowhive, where these portals exist for easy communication and transfer.
Yeah, that remains just an open question. Okay. There's nothing in this clutch about this, and that reinforces what we talked about earlier. Much like it occurred to you earlier that probably very, very, very few people in Hallowhive know that the Queen is talking to these people, you do find indications that is also the case here. There's no obvious outward indication that like the people of this place knew that Shioket was communicating with the Queen of Hallowhive.
Shioket depicted in any of these images?
Not specifically. They're all older than that. Based on what you've seen of him, he seems to be like in 20s, 30s, 40s, something like that.
We also said that one of the images did depict the lamp going out.
Yeah, yes, there's many of those. Yes, many images depicting the lamp essentially failing and the moth consuming Hallowhive.
Oh, so that wasn't true. That was just based on it happening.
Right. This seems to be like a prophecy or prediction, whatever you want to call it, that someday the lamp will fail for good and be gone forever, and the moth will consume Hallowhive. Not that it happened. Yes, not the eclipse, gotcha. But yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
With that being said, I want to just take I'll go back to the top of the hole, the pit, and look around to make sure that there's nothing out here.
Yeah. Give me a perception check.
Gladly. 23.
23. You find kind of a high vantage point, get up on a roof or something so you can get a decent look across the whole island and not just, because there's the ridge that goes up a little bit, so you got to get a little bit of a vantage point. You can see detail up to 2 miles away and, can see, hazy images further than that. You look to the western horizon as far as you can see in sort of the dim light of this place. You guys spend maybe 30 minutes to an hour or so down on this clutch. And you guys emerge, the air being no fresher up here than it was down there, really. But into what tricks your mind into thinking you're getting fresh air by stepping outside. Boss, you get a high vantage point so that you can scan the island. 23 is much higher than you needed to roll to see what would be quite hard to miss, frankly. Yesterday, I described to you essentially the demons searching the island in a very haphazard, random way, unorganized, unstructured, just kind of randomly flying around. You see a prevalence of fiends moving in clear, organized, distinct lines, searching the island, going back and forth in kind of a grid pattern. More so than that, you see that these demons are not alone on this island. You see that not just the flying ones up in the air, but you're close enough to Ghost's tower to see it in some detail. You see that at the tower, there are demons up on the roof, walking around outside. They found the tower. Demons have. Specifically, they are these sort of big, horse-sized, kind of white wolf-looking things, gray and mottled with glowing eyes.
Yeah.
You see that the sky is
Horse-sized.
almost clouded with flying devils. You essentially see, as you look through, that there are
Chokers, too. No thanks.
many, many demons moving in a much more organized way across this island than you saw before. On a 23, you see perhaps one of the reasons that it has grown more organized. As you're looking at Ghost Tower, you see that standing on the roof of Ghost Tower, surveying an amber-touched Thrycrane in black robes, Shioket is present, surrounded by demons. All of these things that I just described, except maybe Shioket, are kind of less noteworthy to you than the other thing that you see, which is that the demons are not alone here, neither the flying ones nor the ones on the ground. Boss, as you scan and see Shioket standing on the roof of Ghost's tower.
How tall is Shioket?
He's about Ghost's height, a little bit shorter. So yeah, maybe 7'2" or so. I think Ghost is 7'4", right? So, he is standing on the roof of this tower. There are demons sort of sniffing out the building. Again, demons moving in sort of patterns, much more organized before. And kind of more notably, even than all of that, is the reason that the demons seem to be moving so much more organized and strategically is that they are led by other creatures, both in the sky and on the ground. In the sky, you see that the demons are accompanied by wyverns, dragons about the size of maybe like a little bigger than a horse or so. Not the sort of intelligent dragons of true sort of dragon kind, but kind of lesser dragons. Each of whom is mounted by a rider. You can't make out the details of the symbology that they're wearing from this distance, but they all look exactly like those dragons that attacked this, or those dragonborn that attacked the scriptorium. There are some of them that are riding on the backs of these wyverns, and then there are many, many more, some dozens, marching on the ground, accompanying the demons. Sort of moving in rank and file with them, scouring the island. And then, finally, more notable even than that. Boss, you hear a sound that sends chills up and down your spine. There is a thunderous bellowing roar as sweeping over the island, moving like a cloud over this place in shadow. A dragon, much larger than the wyverns that you see flying. Sort of topaz scales, soaring through the sky, searching. At the moment, the attention seems to be on the fact that Shioket and these demons have found this tower, and the wyverns and dragons seem to be moving to kind of convene with him, though there are still just a grid pattern of troops on the ground, making sure that no stone of this island is left unturned.
I'm up top. Everyone's still down in the clutch, I assume?
Yes.
Okay, so I
think you've kind of all come up at the same time.
I run. Who has the crystal?
I'm pretty sure it's Patches.
I think it's Patches.
Patches, may I see the crystal, please?
What a crystal?
Crystal.
It's the crystal you shattered to get back to Drakaush's shop.
May I please have the crystal?
Why?
Please give me the crystal.
Why?
Talania, looking and seeing what you're seeing, says, I believe that's our cue.
Please break the crystal.
Okay.
But I have stuff to do here.
Do you want to stay by yourself?
Can we do...
Not
Throw it
especially.
I am not staying here with this.
There is a shattering of glass and as a sort of truly very much like Portal, the video game Portal, opens up in front of you, swirling in space with white light. There's a sound like the tearing of paper as it appears. And I assume you guys begin all piling through.
Well, I'll be last. I'm going to look to see if anything catches us.
Bringing up the rear, yep.
How far away is this dragon?
2 miles or so.
Way too
I can see in
fucking
detail,
close.
so less than 2 miles.
Okay, got it. Understood.
Yeah, actually less than
Guys, we opened this campaign with killing a dragon.
I will say, I know you're joking, but just to say it, I don't know how many of you have seen a grown dragon before. Rami Asher, the dragon you fought before, who nearly killed some of you, though that was, a couple gameplay levels ago, was about the size of perhaps a, rhinoceros or so. The dragon you see flying through the sky here is nearly the size of the Zeppelin that you used to fly. Right. This is a dragon the size nearly of a whale. It is, those of you who know much about dragons know that this dragon must be very old indeed. It is maybe the first time that any of you have seen a dragon of this age, of this sort of size.
Got it.
You shatter this thing on the ground. As you guys are doing that, Cadence goes through first, Boss brings up the rear. I don't think anyone else is particular about what order they go in.
I'm looking to see did anything catch us? See us?
This dragon convenes with Shioket, thundering down to the ground next to him and seems to speak with him for a moment, and then flies up into the air to look around and scan the island. I'm going to roll a very important perception check. What I would like from everyone in this party, please, is a stealth check. Essentially, I'm going to take sort of this as a group check to determine the DC to be spotted here.
Dirty 20.
In the process of your escape. 20.
What was the check?
Stealth. 19, 20.
13, I can boost it if I need.
13, 23.
Blow my fucking 15.
15. Okay. So I believe, if I kept track of all those right, let me just go through. Anybody remember the rolls? We got 23 from Morisco, 16 from Ghost. 13 from Bones. 19 from Patches. 20 from Boss. 15 from Cadence. 3.
I can use inspiration if need be, but it seems like everyone's doing really great.
The average of your check right now is 16. Does anyone wish to do anything resource-wise in gameplay terms to improve the DC to be spotted? It's up to you to decide what the stakes of this you think are. They are too far away to catch you in 1 minute. This is... Are you spotted fleeing?
Is it true that Marble is mostly in his giant mech suit, and that's the biggest problem with Marble?
I am.
believe so.
I am.
Yes, his armor is giving him disadvantage.
If I can,
Which is
I'm going
canceling out with the advantage.
Right. It's becoming a straight roll, essentially.
if I can, I'll spend 2 mana to cast invisible item on his entire suit of armor.
Clever. Okay. I'll allow you to just go ahead and reroll your check straight. 8. Okay. I think that brings your average up to like 17 instead of 16.
I'll then go ahead and bump him with the guidance
Okay.
for 9, which is nothing. But
Okay. Yeah. Is there anything anyone else can do to improve their checks?
Guided.
Can I bump cadence with guidance?
Yeah, sure. Add a d4.
Why doesn't it have that baked in? I hate everything.
16.
Did you say you're going to cast a guidance like on yourself? It just really doesn't matter who. You're adding just to the total. So roll me a d4, boss.
It's just one more. Turn mine to 21.
Yeah, that brings your new average to 17. This dragon is very, very, very good at perception. Specifically, this is a plus 16 to this roll. So barring a nat 1, you guys will be spotted in your departure. I will roll this in front of the board.
Wait, what is?
Jeez.
Perception.
Is that a?
yeah, you want to do it. You
It's
wanna
an
do
ability
it.
check.
Now's
Yeah,
a good
So I'll
time to
use
do it.
my thing.
This is a fucking wild use of this ability. This is so fucking good. For our friends at home, Patches is going to use his Invoke Chance ability. So instead of this dragon making a check that it can't fail without rolling a nat 1, me and Patches are going to roll D100s, and whoever rolls higher succeeds at this roll. I'll set the DC for you first. You know what you're trying to beat. I'll roll it in front of the board.
I'm gonna roll like a 10 anyway.
Yeah.
So crazy. What a cool feature.
That's a 52, almost right down the middle.
Ooh.
Oh, what if you got 53? That'd be wild. Oh my god, so close.
43. Can he use inspiration to reroll it or not?
I'll allow it. I'll take your inspiration and you may try again. You just got to beat a 52. Oh, 89.
Thank God for inspirations.
Absolutely fucking bananas.
Yeah.
A truly perfect use of this ability.
You're so mad.
Just what it was used for.
You're so mad.
I
You
am
guys-
not. I'm delighted.
You guys have burnt so many resources on something that does not matter. Like,
Just let them
this-
see us.
It would not matter if we got spotted. They have seen us already. Like,
They knew we were
But now
here.
they're gonna keep looking.
The result of this is that, Invoke Chance. Patches.
What are the chances?
You and Boss are the last two outside this door, waiting to run in after everyone gets in. You guys are Boss, you're looking out to the horizon to see when this dragon is going to look in your direction as it just like looks across the horizon. You see the eyes of a creature whose vision is better than the magical item that you are looking through. You know that all it is going to take is her neck pointing in the right direction to see you guys. Patches, you see that this is not going to work, that she's going to spot you before you go. You put a hand on Boss's back and just push him through the portal while he's distracted with his lens. Invoke your chance towards this thing. There's a weird stretching hallucinogenic sort of effect where you're pulled in towards this dragon, the two of you meeting face to face. Reach up, spin a game show wheel next to you. This dragon, not knowing what to do, confused, reaches a long talon up, spins a game show wheel next to it. You roll an 89 on your game show wheel, and in a flash of magic, you disappear into the portal before this dragon's head turns in your direction. There's a sound like the tearing of paper, and without having been seen in your escape, you all appear.
Also, I love the image of Patches just shoving Boss. Like, he's just like through a lens. And
He's
just,
the strongest of us. He can do it.
True,
He
literally
is.
the strongest person in the party.
Crouch was having, I don't know, a relatively peaceful day, I think. Things are a little complicated
Roll
for him right
for
now. With a slight rush of wind and a tearing of paper, you guys appear all in a flash, all like fucking 12 of you or whatever with all these NPCs, maybe more than that. I think it's like 14. I'm in the back room of this shop. In order to not totally inundate it, we're just going to use Morisco's token as the party for now.
Put us all in there.
You are crowded into
Where am I
space that is not big enough for all of you. You're in essentially what looks just like a little, like, a very big pantry or like a walk-in closet amount of space, and 14 grown-ass adults manifest in that space in the order of a few seconds together. Some of you end up like shoved out together past just essentially like a curtain that covers it. It's not even blocked by a door, but just like a curtain.
And then come crashing through.
Yep, it kind of come crashing through and tumbling into Jakraus's shop in the back room of the Shade Crag Bazaar. Jakraus's shop here nestled in the Fungal Canyon. He comes sort of running from the front of the shop to the back room where he sees all of you kind of tumbling out of his back room. He says, "Crikey, that's a lot of you, isn't it?"
I believe all of us that left, plus a few more.
He puts kind of a finger up and says, "Well, quiet, all right? Just let's keep it quiet for just a minute. How many of you are there?"
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 14.
He stops watching you count and sees Chris and says, "You are a sight for sore eyes." She says, "You are as well, Jakraus." He says, "Right, well, what was the word for the moment? We've come back into a bit of a sticky situation." He kind of brings one of you over to, like, he steps over to, like, a window and carefully moves, like, a curtain to look outside. And you see that outside in the Fungal Canyon, it's all largely as you left it. Obi is outside, sort of shepherding these tiny little mushroom snakes. But not here previously, posted, like, outside his shop, watching his shop, is a Xanthian knight and a Xanthian priest. He says, "Bugger. They've been watching me ever since the whole Deep Hollow incident. But you're back. I didn't know if you'd make it."
It's, yes, we did make it. I do believe that if you want to exchange, we could be on our way. Get out of your hair and make it easier for you.
Certainly. You have ways of being on your way. As if you walk out the door, they might...
No, I believe that we could exit more thoroughly than that.
Grim will chime and say, "If you have... I was told you might be the one who would be able to sell us some chalks for a teleportation sigil." And he says, yes, chalks I can part with. A little parting gift. We'll consider it a favour for not walking out the front door of my shop, because you all are very, very much wanted criminals here now, so you won't want to show your faces.
I was about to ask. I help Mariska go up, and then I'm like, do they know all of us? I assume they have made us all.
That is my understanding. After everything at Deep Hollow, there was a investigation, of course. Your costumes were useful for a short time, but not entirely too hard to correlate 7 strangers running through Deep Hollow with 7 surface dwellers registering their names and then asking at the embassy to extend their stay.
Is your friend in trouble? And I look to Ghost. Has the investigation led over to the... What did you call your league? Your...
The Society of Enlightenment.
I have not heard of any thing being levied against... Well, frankly, I've never heard that term. I suppose maybe I would have, but I don't know. At the moment, fortunately for you, I believe that yours truly is still the primary person of interest. I told them truly that I didn't really know what happened with the whole monster attack and the suspicious timing of my visit, which was not entirely wrong, but nonetheless, they used one of their awful little candles and got as much truth out of me as they could. Would have been placed under arrest if you all hadn't given me the gift of plausible deniability. But as far as they have deduced, I was an accomplice to those who snuck through. But I have no idea where the monster that attacked came from, and I have no idea who Pavlo Kalashnik is. I don't want to know. You guys will recall that Cadence threw the ID of Pavlo Kalashnik down in Deep Hollow as you guys fled.
Oh, right.
Right. I forgot where that came from. Okay, yeah.
So, the result of all that is now I'm being watched, and I...
Wait, he was down here. That can't be right.
Again, I don't want to know. But...
Right.
I'll kind of lean down so that he cannot overhear, and I'll be, well, Cadence and I were upstairs. Cadence, left his ID behind to throw them off the scent.
Look, I'm happy to pin on a dead guy.
Which is fine enough by me.
So, I am pleased to hear that you have an easy way out of the city, because if you are seen by Xanthians here, they don't have your, they don't know what you all look like, but they have your names. Except for you, of course. He looks at Ghost. They do know who you are.
How much did we... I'll try to avoid Jakroush hearing this, just to keep him out of the loop as much as I can. How much did we tell Timothy about what we were doing?
That's what
I don't think you guys told him fuck all.
Anything at all.
Yeah, I think you guys kept him completely out of the loop.
At the very least, if I remember
Okay.
correctly, Bones said that, like, hey, you might not be able to leave this place in a bit. You need to make some big decisions.
Yes. No, you guys absolutely... You had a conversation with him about, like, hey, Hellhive is closing its gates.
Yeah.
So you need to make a decision. But you didn't say, like,
We didn't say
we're
we're
going to
gonna
go break
go
into
crime.
the abyss.
Yeah, he's not an accomplice.
He knows
Yeah.
nothing about what you guys were doing.
Perfect.
He just knows that,
That's
like,
good enough. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
We brought him here. And
I say
that's
he
about-
registered his name with us, though. Like,
Yeah, he did
came
come
through
to the
gates
city with
us.
you.
He's,
There is
Yeah.
that.
He is an outsider. They will.
That said, Jakroush has mentioned that, like, one of the things that brought heat was the fact that 7 people broke through Deep Hollow, and earlier that same day, somebody went to the embassy and asked to extend the stays of 7 people, giving your names as, like, people that were looking for their friend Grim. Timothy was not among the people that you asked to extend your stay for, and also... There were only 7 people. Timothy was number 8.
He'll pass a candle test. He doesn't know shit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Not worried about him. The only other concern I have at this point, what do we do with Jeg? And he is an actual murderer, and I don't necessarily feel good just releasing him back to this world.
I think he wanted to go to the surface, did he not?
With, I believe, one exception in our group, we've all killed someone.
That's cold-blooded murder.
Raoul will chime in at some point in this and say, I don't know how much of a priority this is for you. There was the matter of the bestiary. He looks to Jakroush and says, I'm sorry, I don't know you. Is my face, my name involved in any of this? And Jakroush says, I neither know your face nor your name, so I'm going to assume not. I can...
Well, except for the fact that he's now in the city without crossing through the...
Yeah.
Well, for 14 seconds. Oh, I understand.
he's back in the
not
city.
teleporting with us. Does he want to teleport with? Do you want to just teleport out? With
No, yeah, he says that I would love to leave the city with you.
Then, yeah.
Teleportation. My question is, the bestiary that Marisco was interested in is back at the Society of Enlightenment. There was talk of finding a way to get it here, perhaps with your Raven, or I could just go attempt to get it. Just bringing that up, I don't know how much of a priority it is.
You going yourself seems quite dangerous.
How heavy is the book? Could the Raven carry it? If the Raven could do it, I...
Give me a luck check, Marisco.
Okay.
It's a pamphlet.
It's just a pamphlet. So good.
18.
Yeah, he says, I think a raven could carry it. It's. I have many bestiaries. The one with the image of that Ninja Notice Nidica is specifically a small book about creatures of the Nidus region. A bird could carry it. Or at worst, could tear the page out of the book. I will say, it's just a bird. Ordinarily, I don't normally rule like people are looking out for birds.
Underground.
However, there are 0 ravens in Hallowhive, so
Yeah.
if it is seen, it will stand out. It's small. It could hide.
Should we dress it like a bat?
Could certainly try.
Could you not just send, like, Specs to go get it?
Also possible.
He's quite slow.
Yeah, it would take a long time. You guys aren't under much time pressure now, as far as you know, but it would take quite a long time.
He could, but it would, yeah, like we had to take a worm to get down here. It would be like over a day of walking for
So
him.
it'd be like a 45-minute worm ride back to the city of Amber, and then
Since the plan is to send the bird, probably I have a bajillion relevant school. I've got a bajillion things for this: air vehicles, flight, comm tools. I'm essentially taking my records case, a little bit of the climbing harness gear, and some other just scrap, and I'm making a little like messenger pigeon thing that will carry the book under the bird, so it doesn't have to be clinging to it with its claws for a 45-minute flight.
Great. Yeah, give me like a give me, and it's going to be an intelligence check, I think, or dexterity. And I would say proficiency. You can add your proficiency in
My 7,000 lores.
and air vehicles, and add your lore, your flight lore.
Love it.
So proficiency and lore.
So that'll be dirty 20.
Okay,
Yep.
plenty. I'll say on a dirty 20, you can also make this device so it kind of like disguises this raven a little bit as something a little bit less standoutish.
Cool.
I would also say to Ghost at this time, if you want to send a message to your friends,
Yes.
this is the time. The animal messenger spell allows the messenger to speak in your voice.
Yeah.
I think I'm all right for now.
In the meantime, as you're working on that and you guys are having these conversations, Caris comes over to Patches, and in Thieves' Cant, Patches and Caris and Drakroush all kind of convene. She says to Drakroush, now, have you kept it safe, the package I left with you? And Drakroush says, Caris, who do you take me for? Of course I kept it safe. And I even had the forethought not to put it out in the chasm. Kept it safe in here, even. And he goes over into the room that you guys all just appeared in, and says, like, if you'll just step out just a moment. Wants some privacy for a second, pulls the curtain closed. There's a brief moment of, like, clattering around, like, digging through things. And eventually he comes back out of the room with a, what looks essentially like a, cast iron box. It's like a big cast iron, bigger than a shoebox, like a Amazon box or whatever. Got to be heavy as fuck for cast iron, and carries it out, kind of muscles straining, and says, "Just as promised." And he hands it over to Caris, and then Caris, in turn, takes it and hands it over towards you. She takes a hand and moves it across the surface of the box, and you watch just like a shimmering sort of purple magic go over it. She says, that was the magical portion of the lock. This, she just holds up like a padlock on it, says, will serve a bit of more of a challenge. I don't have the key for this anymore. They took it from me. So you'll need to find someone talented in breaking that open. I'm sure that you'll have no trouble with that. But this is what Don Vittorio ordered, so I entrust it now to you. My work is complete. She hands you this huge, heavy cast iron box with a padlock on it.
Do I know, like, is it just the contents that I need, or, like, do I need to take the whole?
Your directions from Piapini were to go retrieve a shipment from Hallowhive and bring it to Don Vittorio. You were given very little detail.
And then the magic part, like, did it look like she, like, cast a spell?
Yeah, okay. It looked like, maybe give me an Arcana check. And actually apply your Mafia lore. So add a +3 to whatever you rolled.
26.
26. It looks like she probably had some sort of abjuration on this, so that it was basically like an arcane lock spell, kind of, a little bit more powerful than that. Essentially a magical seal that made it so only she could open it. So she unseals it and hands it to you. Now it's just locked by a normal mundane lock.
Okay. So I could just put something else on there.
Yep. Yeah, if you want to, yes, for sure. She says, take good care of that. That was years of work. And most costly shipment I've ever made. Got me banished to the abyss, after all. But hopefully Don Vittorio will be pleased, and hopefully you'll put in a good word for me.
I don't think we will have any issue with that. I've seen your work, and I will put in a very good word for you.
Excellent. She smiles at you. She crosses her arms and says, now I need to decide if I'm staying here or going to the surface. Have you thought about that, Drakroush? He goes, I have thought about that. On the one hand, it has become quite dangerous down here, and with things closing off from the surface. But the other thing about being closed off from the surface is that I haven't quite decided if being a merchant of illegal goods in a place that is closed off from the surface is too dangerous, or if it is just a road to more profit. Cadence, go ahead.
Can I be around for this conversation?
Yeah, totally, yeah. Fallen Thieves can't, but you'd speak that.
Yes. When he finishes that sentence, I'd love to slip in. Drakroush, how would you like to be the most powerful information broker in Hallowhive?
He smiles at that. He says, truth is, information has never been what I've traded in, but I'm happy to open up new markets.
Well, you're about to be in a closed-off society, so information's about to be the most valuable thing down here.
I don't disagree with it.
I would be willing to buy information off of you for Hollow Hive's movements, activities, what they're planning, anything of that nature.
It's an interesting offer. I'd say I'm interested.
You can, if you want to take me up on it, you can reach to Professor Roja. He knows how to get in contact with me. Tell him that he can charge it to Timothy Crimble's tuition.
He says, very good. I will keep that option in mind, but let me do you one a little bit better.
And he goes underneath the shelf and just pulls out a pair of sending stones.
Oh, that's so much better.
It says reach out anytime you want.
Oh,
We can
thank
negotiate prices based on the information.
I've got to figure out this ending thing.
You know, my philosophy has always been why figure out a spell when you can just make an item.
Very good.
Marvel points at this guy.
Or better yet, find an item. On the subject of items, I believe that I owe all of you some payment.
And he goes through and he hands you guys a bunch of magical items. Again, we've divvied up loot off screen, so you guys are all handed a bunch of magic items. He will also, I know there's something you guys wanted to sell. He will pay you for the things that you've been trying to sell, so you can like liquidate all the stuff you didn't want to keep with him.
He says, so did you enjoy your visit down under? I
No.
always find all kinds of valuable things down there when I go.
Truly horrible.
It is. There's a reason I'm here. It is an awful place, but it is a treasure trove if you know where to look. Which evidently you do,
He says, looking over all the items that you've brought up. In the meantime, as that conversation is happening, you guys have finished your harness for the Silver Raven. I'm assuming you're sending the Raven off to the Society of Enlightenment to grab this bestiary?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Lovely.
At the very least, I include a note that says, I'm friendly, I'm not a bother, I'm not stealing, I have Ghost's permission. Just in case our fun little friend gets this thing, because he's going to have concerns.
1,000,000%.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You leave a little note with the Raven, and it flutters out the opposite window of this place and begins making its way
Downtown.
downtown.
What language did you write that in?
Oh boy, Common?
Golden.
Golden? Does he speak Golden? I hope he's a world traveler. It should be fine.
You can also have Marvel write it in Undercommon if you wish. But either way, we'll say it's in Golden. Give me a stealth check with the Raven's stats. You can do it with advantage with everything that Bones has done for it. This is a fairly low DC. Okay, plenty. 13 plus something for a Raven. I don't know what the plus something would be, but even 13 is enough. The Raven flies across the verdant path to the city of Amber. You guys don't really see what happens, but about maybe an hour or so later, the window of the Shadecrag Bazaar, the curtain sort of flies open once again. The Raven returns with a little booklet in its little harness, seemingly having been unspotted. In the meantime, Marvel, go ahead.
Yeah, we have an hour to kill then, right?
Yeah, you got about an hour. Yep.
Okay. So Marvel probably is just killing time, probably just staring at the amber that he's got, and then
Yeah.
puts it back in a little pouch, tucks it away, and then goes over to Marisco. Hey, Marisco?
See, what was up?
What was you? What did your kitchen look like?
My kitchen. Have you not seen a kitchen before?
The one at the restaurant.
I mean, it has the typical implements of a kitchen. There are several different workstations, though, if that's what you were talking about.
Could you just describe it?
I'm sure Marisco can tell you the in and outs of a kitchen way better than I can.
Oh, what's that guy? There you are.
Okay.
Doesn't remember.
Maybe he doesn't remember.
It's an odd thing, like, I think when you go to work sometimes you're so zoned in that you can miss, like, 90% of the world around you.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing to try to, like, remember what the place you worked at every day for a decade looked like and be like, well, there's a shelf and a counter.
Where do you keep your tools?
I mean, there's some hanging storage. There's cabinets. Some of the stuff you just keep on the stovetop and clean it as you use it.
He pulls out a piece of paper and just starts making little sketches, and then kind of just shows them to you.
He starts showing you very much like they look like architectural diagrams or blueprints, essentially, for the kitchen as best as you can describe it.
Can I use this hour to make a crafting session?
Yeah, you can start on a crafting session, absolutely.
I don't know what. I'm sure you know what I'm going to do.
Yeah, I have an idea in mind. So you can go. I don't have like a full stats worked up, but go ahead and give me a check.
It's pretty good. 27, which is the most I can spend.
Very nice.
And I can spend up to 200 gold or marks.
Oh, nice. Shit.
I don't know how much this will need.
Okay, I'll give you exact stats between sessions. However, you at least start working on and probably finish with that roll. You guys watch Mariska or Marble sit down, and a lot of the stuff that you gathered while you were in this settlement down in the Underdark was stuff from like the random kitchens that you found in people's abandoned houses. You grabbed sort of pots and pans and the remains of bits like that, tools and instruments, and you add a couple crystals for heat and some for cold, and a little fold out like cutting board. And why don't you describe what you're working? I don't know if it gets quite finished, but describe what you're working toward.
It's pretty much a collapsible camping kitchen that can fold up into like the size of a suitcase. On one side, it has burners with some sheets of metal that can be pulled up to transform the stove into an oven. On the other side, there is hooks for some hanging utensils, a knife block, and the spice rack, and then just some racks underneath for storage as well. Just to kind of give him more of a full kitchen.
What you see Marble working on is essentially like a magical like pop-up kitchenette for you to essentially be able to like you've bemoaned several times when you travel so far not having like a proper cooking setup to be able to do the cooking you want to do on the road. It's hard to like prepare mushroom risotto over a single pan on a fireplace. So again, I'm not sure if it's quite finished yet, but you see Marble plugging away at that work.
And this is going to be collapsible, so I can carry it. Like it won't be super heavy.
Well, not super heavy. I'll make it as light as I can.
Yeah, a lot of extra planner storage going on.
Yeah, and there's a little plaque that it's like you see on the sketch, and it just says Mariska's Camping Kitchen.
Incredible. As if good things are just going to keep raining down on you, Marisco, around the time that you're figuring out what Marble's working on for you. A bird flies in the window with a little bestiary, which I assume for the moment you probably just pocket to read later, unless you want to just start reading it right now. That's totally up to you.
Are we heading out soon, or can I look at this book? Maybe I shouldn't. What if I find out something terrible?
I think it's a good idea if we are to leave.
Jakraush says, yes, I'd like to be more hospitable and tell you to stay as long as you like, but honestly, the better the sooner. Never know when they're going to come poking around in here. They do check in every now and then.
He looks out at the knight and the priest out front.
Can you believe those morons think that they're undercover? It's obvious.
You see that they're wearing, like, robes over bright white and gold armor. They're making a poor attempt at being undercover. With that, I think that, like, I know you guys were discussing, like, all these NPCs. You see that Jag is with you, and Diravat, and Nessa, and obviously Talania, and Ral. Talania, and yeah, Ral, of course. To avoid role-playing each and every one of them one by one, everyone that you have with you NPC-wise would like to return to the surface with you, with the exception of Talania. Talania will kind of play hers out a little bit. She seems kind of on the fence. She says, I have, absolutely no interest in living on the surface. Guess I'm trying to decide if going to the surface in order to make my way back into the Underdark is the way to go. In truth, I was hoping to stay behind at the Isle of Ash and try to figure out where those that settlement went, but that ship seems to have sailed, both literally and metaphorically. I guess I could return home.
Where would, if you were to stay down here, how would you explain how you got back from the abyss?
Oh, that is the question. In truth, going to the surface sounds like the worst thing to me. The second worst thing is staying here in Hallow Hive. I truly don't care for the light and much of it. I would like to leave this place and return to what I normally do, which is just kind of wandering and seeing what I can find, popping in by my home every now and then. The question, I guess, is, like you said, can I give a satisfactory explanation for why I'm back in Hallow Hive, or do I need to take this emergency exit you're offering me? She ponders that a little bit. I suppose if I don't smooth things over now, I essentially probably can't come back here ever, and I don't love that option
but
either.
They are closing the gates.
Could simply come to the surface for a day or so and then head back down through Prospect.
That's what I was thinking, but then I'm wondering if that looks even more suspicious if I show back up in Hallow Hive from the surface. I'm not committing to anything. I'm thinking out loud here. Is there a way for me to...
I believe this is all suspicious.
Yes, everything about it is suspicious. The other thing I'm concerned about is if they talk to me with one of those candles, I do know quite a lot.
And they will talk to you with candle.
Yes.
Because they will be suspicious.
Indeed.
You were exiled, right? You were
No,
down there.
I left with Rahl to look for mushrooms. She kind of rolls her eyes.
But if you come back after they know that we were there...
Yes. No, they will...
They will
anytime
question-
someone overstays their permit to the Abyss, they will be questioned about
There's
why
also
and
a
what
good
happened.
possibility that you will be imprisoned.
Indeed. Or...
You could come back to Prospect, come back down through Prospect, but don't take the easy route. Come in from a harder route and sell that you got lost in the Abyss.
that's the thing. I could sell much. I can think of many stories I could try to sell, but those pesky candles, they're going to know. And I worry that I'm accidentally going to incriminate one of you. I can take care of myself. I'm worried about accidentally revealing anything about you all.
I think that they already find us criminal, and that they will not assume that we are friendly to them.
True, but I think it is best that I come with you to the surface for now, and I will make my way somewhere from there. As much as I don't love the idea of the surface, it is obviously the safest bet for now. I just feel bad for Celolock, honestly. He's going to be expecting all me, Rahl, and Ghost to all return, and I believe now Celolock is the Society of Enlightenment until we find a way to get back to Hallow Hive.
We could send Raven again, and you send a message.
She looks at your Crouch. Says, can you get a message to somebody for me? He says, how'd you see this? And she goes and just starts writing something down. She says, I'm going to keep this kind of vague. I don't want to incriminate him either, but it's just so he doesn't worry about us. And then the last person who's not quite sure what she's going to do is Carice. She eventually resolves, I think that there's still business to be done here. I will remain for a while and perhaps leave while there is still amnesty to do so. It won't be difficult for me to smuggle myself out if I need to.
What about the dragonfly guy?
That's Dearvat, and he very much wants to come to the surface with you. He's the only one who's kind of enthusiastic. He's like, I've always wanted to visit the surface. This would be wonderful. So he's excited to come to the surface. So it seems like you guys plus Nessa, Dearvat, Jag, and Fillard, and Rahl are gonna be taking a teleportation circle back to the surface, specifically to the city of Lux. Does anyone have, before we depart from the Underdark and from Hallow Hive, anything else they want to do here? Ghost, you know... I guess I shouldn't say you know. You just don't know when or if you'll ever be able to return to the only place that has ever been your home. I don't know, what does Ghost have on his heart in this moment as you're sort of packing your bags and getting ready to teleport out of Hallow Hive and don't know when or if you'll be able to ever return?
He's feeling a lot of things. I think in this moment, he is going to step outside and speak to the priest in the night.
Okay. You go to step towards the door, and Crouch says, what are you doing?
I was going to talk to the two people who are stalking you.
You may have missed this, friend, but you are a wanted criminal here.
Nathul, I do not believe this is a good idea.
Why not?
Because they are looking for us and they believe Jakrosh is assisting us. This will prove that he is assisting us, and we do not want to incriminate this man.
Look, Ghost, I know you got a lot of faith in this society, and I won't take that from you, but I mean, that guard shot you as soon as you rounded the corner. These guards are going to do the same thing.
Please do not step outside.
Fine. Can I send a silent image of, I don't know, just something that looks kind of familiar-esque out the door?
Yeah, just some sort of like little bat or little like Underdark creature that looks like it could be a familiar. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little creature walks out the door.
They didn't shoot it.
This makes no sense.
It's not wanted.
Yes. What are you trying to say? Why do you want to step outside?
Because I would like to speak to them.
What would you like to say to them? I don't believe they want to speak to you.
Well, we have plenty of information, and they have candles that can verify it.
Are you saying that you want to try to expose this conspiracy to the two of them?
Why not?
They would.
I'm not going to be back here. Somebody should know.
Then those two would get thrown into the abyss.
Yeah, it's quite possible.
Only if they act on it.
Why give them that?
If they don't act on it, then why would you tell them to begin with?
Well, only if they act rashly on it, I suppose.
I actually do like where you're headed. I think we need to work on the method a little bit. Why don't we leave them information once we are well and truly safe? Because their instinct is going to be to follow their well-ingrained religious orders and take us in for questioning, at which point we are going to be subject to the queen and her rule, and she is at the head of this conspiracy.
Jakroush will speak up quickly and say, a few moments ago, I became the most powerful information broker in Hellowhive. If your goal is to disseminate information about some conspiracy, again, I don't want to know until I need to know. But if you want information to get out to the people of Hellowhive, there are better ways to do that than to walking up to a couple of guards. I can move information to the ears that need to hear it.
I think this is a better idea, Nathul.
They can't verify a piece of paper.
So all you need is people to start talking.
But isn't our information verified by a piece of paper?
No, her information is verified by a candle.
Chris will say, that's not entirely true depending on how much you trust divination magic. And that is a big if. Obviously, the people who would confirm whether this information was true or not would be the priests of the church. But a diviner can ask, is the information on this paper true, and receive a yes or no answer. The same people that would verify if the information on the paper is true are the ones that would verify if you were telling the truth when you said it.
If you'd like Nathul, you could be the one to write it.
Chris will say, who is it that you want to know this information, specifically? Is it the Xanthian Church, or is it the people at large?
I don't really know.
If you would like the opinion of someone who worked with the church for a number of years, the vast majority of the practitioners of the church are loyal to the hierarch unfalteringly. If they divined some information that incriminated the church, they would assume it to be incorrect, or find a reason to try to prove it incorrect. I think that people in general are less willing to ignore their own senses. I don't. This is your decision. If you ask me, just consider who it is that you want this information to make its way to. Either way, we can get the information where it needs to go, unless it is very, very important to you to be the one to do it yourself.
And with that being said, Nathul, I do believe that it might not be a bad idea to send all of this proper information to your friends at the Society and see if he has some sort of method to help spread this practically.
I would much rather he not be implicated, to be honest.
Raoul says, he's also probably not the right guy to try to get involved in like an espionage thing.
Also true.
Yeah.
I do not know.
I don't know if Salolok is capable of not saying the first thing that occurs to him.
What a hero. I love him so much. He's just like me for real, for real.
We can get this to the hands of those at the Citadel. Either way, I do not believe that it has to be you.
I like the idea that it is you, but I don't necessarily think that walking up to these two guards is the best way to do it. I think we hold on to this until we find a safer way to deliver it.
I also do not believe that this knight and this guard are going to be able to do or have the power to change anything, so speaking to them won't change anything.
Agree, strongly agree. What happens if you go out there is that they demand to take us in for further questioning. We must resist, and then it becomes an altercation. We kill them because we outnumber them, and then Jakraush is incriminated forever.
Then we all still leave.
And then we all still leave. So it is just it is a murder for the sake of murder.
That's unnecessary confrontation.
Fine.
I do believe.
Let's go.
I do believe Jakraush made good points. If anything, we could get him information that he can help spread later. I do not believe this is something that we have the power to change in the moment ahead of us.
Can I insight check go?
Yes, please.
Dirty 20.
Ghost, you can say as much or as little as you want to, and Cadence is trying to read of Ghost's mental state.
Yeah. Ghost is usually fairly, I don't want to say like level-headed, but like, you know, he's normally fairly logical. And in this moment, he seems distressed in a way that is sort of like almost manic, like he's just grasping for any sense of control, and the more that people are telling him to not do stuff, the more agitated it's making him.
I think Nessa steps up to you, Ghost. She is holding Specs, if you've brought him back.
Oh yeah.
She's kind of been holding him as often as you'll let her. He's kind of like dozed off in one of her arms. She steps up and puts a weirdly kind of tender use of body for Thrycreen especially. She like takes one of your hands in one of hers, which kind of causes her telepathy to come through very clearly into your mind. And in your mind telepathically, she just says, I know what it's like to look back on the things you've done and the things you've learned and wonder what it was all for and feel desperate to have made it not all been for nothing. I don't think that I can go to the surface without you, so if you're walking out there, I am too. But I'd rather if you just come with us.
Very well.
Well, Jakraush says, that's good, because I was going to have to go start gathering all my things so I could make a hasty escape with you. But we'll be in touch. He holds up his sending stone. And if there's anything you want me to start sending its way out into the channels that I have, I'm happy to do so.
Do you have a second one of those?
What's that? Oh, the stone.
Sending stones, yes.
Give me a luck check. Do with advantage.
86.
He says, so close.
82.
So close.
Gosh.
To the called shot. He says, yes, and I don't think I'll even charge for it. This seems like it could be a profitable endeavor for all of us. And he goes and grabs another set of sending stones, hands you one.
See to it that this one makes it to the Citadel.
The other sending stone.
Yeah. So I'll keep one and tell him to give it to Noah.
He nods. Consider it done. Chris will help me with that, I have no doubt.
Appreciate it.
He fishes through another drawer. Says, now, where were those? Ah, here they are. And he pulls out the chalks for teleportation sigil. Says, this had better turn out profitable, the amount of stuff I'm giving away for free today. And he hands it over to Fillard. He says, much obliged. I owe you one, old sport. If you ever make it to the surface, I'll,
Filler, Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah, sorry. It's been naturally very loud, so I got into politics. He says, well, shall we be on our way?
It's his time.
All right. Fillard Grimm heads back into the back room where he can do this discreetly and begins etching chalk
What's incantations sound like?
glyphs and sigils onto the floor. It's very Gandalf. It's very on the bridge. Looking
45 minutes of clearing his throat.
Yeah. He's got that one.
He just says one word.
when he finishes, open sesame. When he finishes his incantations, there's a flash of white light and a sound like the tearing of paper. And this circle of sigils begins to glow and shoot like a beams of light straight up. So there's almost like a platform with lights, like spotlight shining up. And you guys all step through. And that is where we will take our break. So we will be back in about 30 seconds, everyone. We'll see you shortly.
Yeah.
Spirit and salt.
And welcome back.
Hi, everyone.
Everybody. You guys step through a glowing portal in the back room of Jakraush's store in the depths of the earth. And a moment later, you find yourself in a little chamber. Unfortunately, not much less claustrophobic than the one that you came from. Standing on a teleportation sigil on a slightly raised pedestal. There is a door to this room that you find yourself in that has the, opening in it with bars that you can just see through a little bit that has the thing on the other side that opens. And just a few seconds after your arrival, without much time to even take in your bearings, that little door opens and you see on the other side a little cardinal looking Aarakocra. I say little, he's a full grown man. Aarakocra slides the thing open to look into the door. It says, oh, wow, a lot of you. Okay. Let's see, who did the teleport? Grimm raises his hand. Says, it was me. And he, the Aarakocra guy says, you have your permit? He says, I do not, but I should be on your list, I believe. He says, right, just a moment. He kind of looks down for a moment. You can't see what he's looking at, presumably a clipboard or something. He says, it's Fillard Grimm. I should have permanent permissions. And the guy just kind of flips through a second. He says, yep, here you are right here. All right, then. He reaches and you hear keys clattering. He kind of unlocks a door. Go ahead, Marble.
Now, I'm saying this as not a player, as a player, not as a character. He's not even going to check his identity.
Nope.
Cool. He's like, this is my name. Cool.
Gang.
It's okay. No.
Do you know how security rules get put in place? By obvious shit being done incorrectly, something terrible happening, and they're like, oh, we should put rules in place for this. Go look up how security was in the 1900s. You just
They were like, yep, this is who you are. You just change your name. You just change your name.
Yep. The door is opened, and you see a slightly larger little room here. Looks like essentially just kind of like a little waiting room. There's a desk and some chairs. There is a police officer posted in here, kind of leaned up against the wall. Over in the corner, you see the flag of the nation of Seoul, and you guys step out, kind of Grim leading the way. No more questions are asked of you, despite the enormity of your group. Fillard seems to have... You do get the sense... Marvel, I know you're being a little facetious, but somebody roll me an insight check if you want to.
I'd like to.
And Boss, you can apply geopolitics. Lord of this.
I won't be doing that. I'm bad at it. I can try.
28.
28. You know that Fillard Grimm is like a noted guy and like has a political activist. Presumably he has more permission than most people would.
6.
6, got it. Marble, you don't give one fuck about this. Doesn't even occur to you. But Fillard leads you out of this room into some long halls.
I'll get it. He's a secretary bird.
That eventually lead out to a big set of doors that step outside, and I would like everybody to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Before that, if that's okay, I was gonna something with Ness real quick. Nessa?
Go ahead, Marble.
I was just gonna kind of grab her hand and be like, this guy can be scary? Just hold my hand.
All right. And one of her hands, Nessa, grabs yours, and one of them she is clutching specs to her, and the other two are like crossed across her chest. And you guys step out. I'll give her advantage on her con save. Okay. This is low stakes. Anybody that rolled under a 10. You guys, 7 days ago, stepped into the pitch black of an abandoned mine shaft and submerged into an alien world in the belly of the earth. And for the entirety of those 7 days, when you have looked around yourself in any direction, your field of vision has met with a finite end. A cavern ceiling, a stone wall, even in those largest of spaces, a shroud of darkness enveloping the visible world. And now, as you step through these doors for the first time in 7 days, you look up and see space unlimited stretching infinitely above you. Clouds that are further above you than anything has ever been away from the people that have never been to the surface before. Nothing has ever been as far away from them as those clouds are and visible to them. There are horizons that stretch at distances unimaginable just a few short hours ago. And you can feel acutely the air on your skin because the first time in 7 days the air is moving. There is a warm breeze of late spring, like all the infinite world around you is a living and breathing thing. Nessa keeps her eyes closed and holds tight to your hand, Marble, and slowly opens and is very careful not to look up, kind of keeping her head down for the moment, but eventually slowly raises her head and looks around, scared, but also awestruck, her mouth a little bit agape. Dirabat falls to the ground and begins to vomit. He can't stand up for a number of minutes. He critically fails his saving throw on a natural 1. Jeg fails and also falls to the ground for just a moment. Anyone who rolled under a 10 is mechanically you fall prone and you're poisoned for 1 minute. Again, not going to matter really in gameplay terms probably. But ghosts, you just barely make it on a 10. It hasn't been that long since you were here on the surface, but it is still dizzying, certainly for you. Jeg keeps his composure, and Talania keeps her composure. After a moment, you guys sort of begin to get your bearings, those of you who didn't, who suffered this sort of sky sickness to begin with. And begin to sort of be able to take in the surroundings. You find yourself in Beacon Square, the heart of the city of Lux, the political epicenter of the nation of Seoul. This is the city where the leaders of this land reside, where its laws are penned, The architecture around you makes no secret of the nature of this place. There are ornate structures of white stone, steepled towers, monuments, and statues of the great leaders of yesteryear. For all of its opulence, the city of Lux is not nearly as large or as populous as Daybreak City, nor is it quite as technologically advanced. There are street trams here, and ether transmission lines and street lights, but there's no subways or L trains. There's far fewer automobiles. Most of the well-dressed and fashionable people of the city move on foot or on carriages drawn by well-manicured horses. For those of you from Daybreak City, Cadence and others, you feel a little bit like you've stepped into the Daybreak City of a decade ago. And for those of you from smaller or less technologically advanced places like Boss and others, the city of Lux still strikes you as kind of a technological marvel in its own right. Yeah, you guys step out into the streets of what essentially amounts to like Capitol Hill in this world. This is the sort of political, power center of the nation of Seoul. Diravat stays on the ground for quite a while, sort of recovering from having fallen over, and maybe not quite vomiting, but just is like eyes closed, hand on his stomach, looking at the ground, and like slowly raising his eyes up and then having to put his head back down. Not doing so well. Everyone else is doing a little bit better than he is, at least. Go ahead, Marble.
Marble is so happy to be at the service. He's just like taking a nice deep breath, kind of like feeling the wind.
Yeah.
Big smile on his face. Probably turns around and sees that Cadence is not doing so well.
Hold on, just a little dizzy. Hold on.
Are you?
I didn't even ask. What did you get, Cadence?
7.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You okay?
I'm great. I didn't take the night vision glasses off. I think I fucked my eyes up real bad.
Yeah, that doesn't help. It's so bright. It is like, it's truly like a Toy Story day above. There's just a few fluffy white clouds and a bright sunny blue sky. A warm breeze, which is just blindingly bright. Talania, likewise, she doesn't fall over, but she like is shielding her eyes, pulls the brim of her hat down low. She's just fucking hate this place.
Probably gonna kick off my shoes and just like grab my little toe grabs with my pillow shoes.
Yeah.
And start like grabbing the grass with my feet. I don't know. It's probably just feels nice to like feel,
absolutely. You catch some weird looks. From
not
people
as solid ground.
Yeah. You catch some weird looks from people as like a bunch of weird, strange people emerge and start to like some of you taking your shoes off, some of you vomiting. But regroup yourselves in sort of the long lawn of this place under some trees. Nessa, again, she got a 19 on her roll, natural 19.
Very nice.
With your help, Marble, it would have been much worse without it. She like eventually works up the composure to like look around, and she like sees trees for the first time, and I mean, these trees anyway, these species of trees. Sees grass. Sees like she can't quite bring herself to like look straight up at the sky, but looks at like the horizon for the first time in her life, having never in her whole life perceived a thing that is as far away as the horizon is.
Those are clouds.
Diravat says, "Hold on, I want to look at them too." Oh heavens! Oh my!
It's water, but air.
Okay, okay.
Like steam.
Right. I've read about these. So those are not stars.
No, that happened at night.
Oh, okay.
It's there.
Wait,
all the time.
So the stars
I thought
are
night was.
out there,
I thought night was dark.
Yeah, it will get dark.
But then aren't stars light?
Yeah, but the dim. Well,
I have an idea. If you just wait a few hours,
Yes.
all of this will be answered.
Correct, yes.
Right, but I do like to understand things. Like if it's okay, so I understand that is the sun, correct?
Yes.
And that is the light is the there's
Don't
a
look right at it.
Stop
Don't look right at it.
No, I'm just looking. Okay,
you're allowed to, but
Right.
but
You're not
have
allowed to.
your
Don't-
eyes.
don't
just not
stare
good
at
for
it.
the eyes, right? No.
Down there, you don't stare at the lamp because it's religious. Down here, you don't stare at it because you'll go blind forever.
Okay, I got it. All right, so that's the sun,
You're looking at it again.
and that's
Yes, the sun is a
and that's
star.
at the top,
Yes.
and then
It-
but that moves because of celestial
We move around
rotation.
it.
It's
We
called.
move
around
I mean,
it.
it moves, I believe, but we move around it.
It does. It may move, but we move around it. Yes.
Okay, but so it moves.
Yes.
then?
Across the sky, you will see it moving.
perceives
Yes.
Got
to
it.
move because
And I
It being at the top might not be the best way to
Yeah.
think about it.
Yeah, it's
do you
actually
mean?
much closer to us than the other stars.
okay. So that's at the top, but then the stars are further
Even farther.
than the top. Okay.
Yes.
So then, when the sun is gone, what?
Why would there be lights that you could only see while there is not light? This is simply not computing
Let
to
me
me.
say this: the sun is so close to us that, as you notice, it makes everything bright. 1 star. The other stars are so far away that when the sun is present on the other side of our planet, all those other stars at such a distance only show
you know that
themselves
the
as
Earth is
pinpoints.
round?
You look at a guy who the part of what you're saying that he can't figure out is the part where you said so far away. That doesn't make sense to
Yeah,
him.
so you understand
he can't
how-
conceive of the kinds of distances that you're talking about. The farthest away a thing has ever been up from him is like 2,000 feet. That's the top.
So I said my piece.
If you
He says, I understand conceptually. It's just hard to envision, I suppose.
if you have a candle in a part of Hollow Hive without the lamp, you can see it,
Without the lamp.
like in a building.
Oh, like, yeah, shaded, I suppose. Yes, I suppose
You can see it from far. But if it's in the light, it's harder to see
Maybe a little.
because the lamp is so bright.
Let me try it like this. You cast a shadow, yes?
Yes.
When you're standing in the shadow of the building, your own shadow is hidden by the building shadow.
True, yes.
Yes, it is the same with light. The stars are little shadows, and the sun is a big shadow, and when the sun's shadow is visible, it blocks out all of the little shadows behind it.
He looks around at all the shadows around, like it's being cast by trees and stuff, and says, "How is the grass growing in that shadow? Doesn't it need sunlight?"
It changes. The angle of the sun will...
Right, okay, because the thing at the top moves, so then the shadows move.
Yes.
Fascinating. So I've read that we live on a thing called a planet,
Yes,
and I've read that it's round.
yes.
It's hard for me to understand because it doesn't look round.
Roundish.
It's quite large.
Roundish. Yeah, I've come to understand that. Even where we stand now is large. So if you went to the whole thing, it must be quite large indeed.
Oh, I cannot wait for it to go dark outside.
I can't either. The most incredible thing is that we are in a city, and I assume that they have streetlights, and I assume that they don't give a shit about light pollution yet.
Yeah.
So we will not have a good view of it from here. We should try. Tonight may not be the most impressive thing that you've ever seen, but when we are away from the city, you should see the night sky. It's beautiful.
Heavens.
Don't listen. He wants to take you hiking. It's a trap.
Not necessarily hiking, just maybe a couple of miles outside the city walls, maybe at the top of a mountain.
Where you can help me carry this equipment.
Yeah. We could drive to the bottom of the mountain and then walk the rest of the way.
Talania says, "It's overrated. You should come back to the dark with me."
Talania, we do have dark at night. So you can just work third shift.
I still have to exist the rest of the time.
Sleep.
This thing is tedious on the eyes. She points up at the sky.
She said this thing is tedious on the eyes. Worst. Bottom of the list.
Jeg finally works up the composure. He sat down on a bench and just finally works up the composure to kind of stand up. And he says, "All right, I suppose I could get used to that, yeah." Kind of spits on the ground. "Well, this is large." He looks around at the city around him.
Do you
Has he
have?
never been to the surface?
No, he's native to Hollow Hive.
Oh, wow.
You have no money to your name.
No, I don't suppose any of us do. He looks to the other Diravat and Nessa.
How much is like 2 weeks of cheap food, water, and somewhere to stay?
A week's wages for like a low income earner are 5 marks.
Okay.
So if you wanted to give him enough for like a week of food, 5 marks would easily cover that.
I'm going to give him 20 marks, and I'm going to say the next month is going to be the most important month of your life. You are in a new world. You need time to adjust. You're going to need to eat. You're going to need to sleep and shit and piss, and you need somewhere to do that. And all of that is going to cost money up here.
You do have money in Hollow Hive. Carry on.
You may have 20 marks. It will buy you about a month to get your bearings, to find work, and try to do this the right way.
He furrows his brow. So what do you mean find work?
You're going to have to find a way to survive, and you will have a harder time killing people up here.
Don't I just walk up to somebody and ask them for work? Ask
Sir-
what I'm supposed to be doing? You speak to a man who in Hollow Hive
Never had
just,
a-
like
yeah.
you just like, what's my role in the city?
Kind of. It depends on where you're at. In a busy place like this, there are only so many jobs, and there are more people than there are jobs sometimes. You're strong. You'll be able to find labor. I recommend looking for a steel mill or somebody setting up rail. Somebody that needs physical labor, you'll be able to find.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's a. This is above board. Where's the city?
Let me move you to the map.
Please.
In terms of the continent of Ocassus, you are right about here, kind of on the border of Seoul and of Kohan.
Oh, right there. Okay, so we are landlocked.
Yes, but you're on a river. You're on a very large, equate this to sort of the Mississippi River. You're on a river that you could take. Oh, and you're also, I mean, there's a train station here as well. There's ways to get to other towns, get to the coast if you needed to.
Oh, yes.
There's
definitely going to be labor available to you.
There's always work in logistics. Go to the train yard, ask if they need anybody to move freight. Go to the river, ask if they need ferrymen. You can get paid a lot for simply moving things back and forth.
Deer goes, trains?
Trains.
There are trains here.
Trains here.
In this city?
In this city.
So how much of it is this? Like, how much of the surface are we in?
This is less than 1/100th of 1/100th of the surface of the planet. Much less, actually.
Diravat is speechless. Nessa, looks around at every horizon and factors what you've said in.
Yes. There may actually be 2 more 1/100ths in there if I've done my math correctly.
That is hard to imagine, Diravat says.
It is getting smaller and smaller every day, but it is still virtually.
Wait, is it?
Not literally. That is a metaphor to explain that we are gaining the ability to move more quickly across its surface.
Ah, right. Yes, because of trains.
Because of trains.
Great.
Speaking of trains, I want my salt.
You guys recall that upon leaving for the Underdark, you left from the city of Prospect, which is not too far from here. That is where Marble left a barrel full of salt in storage.
42 gallons of
Yes,
salt.
indeed. And I think I'll let you speak up on this, Mauricio. I think you had stuff you wanted to do there too.
If you're going back to Prospect, I could go back. I think I might have dropped something.
What did you drop, Marmar?
I didn't expect anyone to ask me what I dropped.
Really? You thought somebody was
said
going
you
to
dropped something, so
You're going to drop a very suspicious I dropped something and no one's going to inquire?
I'm
No.
curious if I can help. What did you say you lost?
I've never heard someone so flagrantly just be like, "Oh, I just lied."
What is this thing you lost?
It is not so much of a what as a who. I want to make sure that Pablo is getting back to where he should be. I realized I couldn't do anything about it as we are about to go underground, but it'd be weird if they buried him here or didn't at all. I just don't know what they're doing with him, and I feel like he should go back to his husband.
I will come with you if you'd like company.
Me too.
If you'd prefer to do it alone, I will stay.
No, I think company would be good. I don't know if I should.
Talania says, well, I will, if it's all right with you, come with you all to Prospect. That seems to be my best way back into the dark. Fuck this place.
You need to.
Oh, yeah, she's a dark elf, right?
You should really give it more than like 15 minutes. Your eyes aren't even adjusted yet.
She has hyper. You do see you look and her eyes have narrowed to the tiniest, supernaturally tiny little pupils. The sun is not good for her. She pulls her sleeves down so it doesn't burn her skin.
Is there a market nearby?
Yeah. There's lots of little places you could shop
I'm gonna
here.
buy this girl some sunglasses.
An umbrella. and a
Absolutely.
parasol.
Get her some sunglasses and a parasol. Jag says, well, I guess it's off to the train yard for me, so I'll just come with you that far at least.
You've been given a second opportunity, Jig, and I hope that you use it properly.
I will. He says after a short little pause.
I'm not going to even insight it.
Insight check. I want
Give me an
to.
insight check.
I don't actually care enough.
That's fine.
I'm not going to read them right. I can't read anyone correctly, but
Might as well try. Even on a 9, you just notice that when he says it, looks to Cadence, even though Cadence is not talking to him right now.
okay.
Dear Ravat, are you coming with us, Nissa?
That is an excellent question. I have not yet decided what I will do. I I've heard you mention that you were a student at the Scriptorium Boxotherum, is that right?
Yes, this is correct.
I have dreamed of studying at a place like that. And I'll ask you a question. Is he privy to what you've said about the Scriptorium being, like, destroyed, or have you kept that just to your party?
I will say, and I can say this now, like, it is unavailable to go to the Scriptorium.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I'd very much like to visit, maybe even enroll, now that I'm here.
I would say this, give it time and there might be options, but as for now, do not seek.
Good enough for me. Well,
there are other options for higher learning available to you.
I've heard of plenty of schools. I'd like to find somewhere to study, and see what the surface has to offer. What would you recommend? He looks at Ghost. Did you find anywhere to study while you were up here?
No.
What is the other school that is available?
You guys know of Daybreak City University? There's
there's Daybreak City, and then there was the Sorcerer School that we.
Yeah, Eldermore is a place for, like, sorcerers to learn magic. It wouldn't be a great place to go, like, do academics. It's truly like a Hogwarts.
I'd say that the Daybreak City.
Yeah, DCU is a good place for it.
Is there a university here?
Yeah, there is. It's not quite as big or prestigious as the one in Daybreak City, but
The football team sucks.
their football team blows.
So I'd say, like, if you do care to seek higher education, Daybreak City is not too far on train.
His eyes kind of light up. He says, "I've heard of Daybreak City. I've heard it's a marvel of magic. Isn't that where you're headed to?" She looks at Nessa, and Nessa looks down at this, like, almost. It's a little crumpled, and not because of being mistreated, but because she hasn't stopped holding it in her hand for 2 straight days. This business card that has an address in Daybreak City for accessible inventions.
You should come with us first. My brothers aren't there yet.
Oh,
I can show you how to do a thing or two.
okay. Yeah, I would be happy if you'll have me. I would be happy to stay with you.
How old is she? In my mind, she's a child because she looks.
She's not quite a child, but she is like 16, maybe. She's a young adult.
Okay.
So with the Jirovat, not that I don't have any money or anything, how much would it be for a train to Daybreak?
A train to Daybreak City would cost 15 marks.
Jirovat, if I give you option to go to Daybreak, how do you expect to help yourself? I could give you this money to get there, but once you arrive, you have to go to university and try to get yourself in.
Oh, well, I suppose I would just walk up and say I'd like to study, and which is how it works at the Citadel in Hallowhive.
Don't know if that's how this is going to work here.
Oh, right. You have to, like, apply to learn at other schools. I do know that. Oh, well, I suppose I would walk in, and I would still just say I'd like to study and see what sort of applications I need to do,
Do you feel comfortable finding work to support yourself?
Oh, right. You have to work to support yourself. He says, like, truly like it's a revelation. He says, right. Well, I'm a decent writer. Is there work as a writer?
I'm sure in Daybreak City you could find
Journalism, yeah.
if you are diligent.
That's true.
A secretary.
Claire.
I mean, there's clerk options abound in Daybreak.
He, like the most naive guy in the world, is like, well, I'd really prefer to do scholarly writing, but I suppose I could start writing in a newspaper if I need to for a short time.
I'd say if you could just find work to keep yourself afloat, and then you find yourself at the university, you could probably find more scholarly writing at that point.
I've read some newspapers before. I wonder if they have some here. And he looks around, tries to find, like, a newspaper stand. Sure.
Oh no, he doesn't know about the media.
Like, we occasionally going to change the world. It's the greatest thing that's ever happened to humanity.
It's going to be so good for everyone.
In the blink of hours, we can send news from one side of the globe to the other.
True news. All the news is true.
It's revolutionary. We no longer have to believe in whatever we're fed by the authorities. We can send word directed to each other.
We occasionally receive newspapers in Hallowhive. They're usually a little bit dated, but I've seen newspapers. I would love to be involved in their creation. That sounds fascinating. So yes, I guess to Daybreak City with me, and perhaps I'll meet you there. He looks at Nessa, and she kind of smiles at him, says, I'll get there eventually. It'd be good to have a familiar face.
I'll give him 40 marks.
Oh, thank you.
That way, to the train, and then take care of yourself as you can. Find a nice, humble place to stay for some time, and
very well. He looks at it and says, "I don't know much about surface life, but I do know that this is a lot. This is very generous. I will repay you.
I don't believe you need to.
It will take. I do.
Well, then we will find that time when we find that time.
I will meet again. Perhaps I'll see you at the Scriptorium someday when it's available again."
I'm just gonna nod.
Raul says, He, since you guys arrived at the surface and stepped outside, he found a park bench to sit down on, sat down, has closed his eyes, and just put his head back and just soaked up the sun this whole time. He finally sits up and says, I believe one of you owes me a bourbon in Cherry Falls, so I suppose I'll be joining you for a while. I thought about heading home to Wataka for a short while, but Cherry Falls sounds nice. Last of all, Philord says to us, having seen the way that you talked about the scriptorium with Diravat, he kind of steps to the side such that Diravat doesn't overhear your conversation. He says, well, old sport, I don't quite know where I will go.
This is what I was going to ask you, friend. What are the plans that you have?
I've been thinking, well, there's much to think about, but I've been thinking about the scriptorium. I believe that my greatest priority is to make sure that it is restored to good working order.
How do you see yourself doing this alone?
He looks over towards the big, opulent Capitol building off in the direction. Says, well, the scriptorium is the territory of the Praecossian Union. It is sovereign territory that I can now prove has been invaded by foreigners, presumably from Babylon. If you do not think this unwise, and this is why I mean to speak with you about it privately, I would inform the President and the Senate that the Praecossian territory has been taken by Babylon and urge them to mobilize to reclaim it. However, I don't know if you believe that wise, if it incurs too much risk, if you believe that perhaps we should try to deal with this problem on our own. I seek your guidance, old friend.
The one thing I do not understand, and I have given this much consideration, is how we could handle this on our own without proper force.
Indeed.
I believe that the Athipul Rimki is in control of the scriptorium now, and I do believe there also might be stronger powers of force.
Indeed. If they returned to the Isle of Ash, it stands to reason that they came back through that portal and have secured that territory. So, likely that they also control the scriptorium still. I don't suppose their foothold has ever been any stronger, and I believe that I can easily motivate the political forces that be of the importance, because, well, if the
They do understand why already, yes. This is why
forces
they
of Babylon control territory that is literally under our feet.
Yes, and this is the reason they took it in the first place, yes. But, what gives you hold as to why you would not want to approach the government?
I just second-guessing myself, perhaps, but I don't know how many lives we place in the balance if we... I have striven my entire political career to be a voice that speaks out against violence, and by making this revelation to the political powers that be, I could very well be the voice that begins a war.
It also could be... This war, if it does occur, could also be in place to hinder much more violence to follow.
Indeed. I have never been one to come to terms with the lesser of two evils, old sport, but perhaps this last week needs to have taught me something. Some violence may be better than much
Might be
violence.
necessary, yes. As you told me that one day that you didn't understand why I would be in the yard learning the martials with the monks.
Indeed. Indeed. Yes.
I will say I like the idea more so that you and I and a small faction can go and take this back over, but I don't believe this is going to be possible without a lot of work and a lot of time that I don't know that we have.
I am inclined to agree, old sport. Perhaps I will remain here on Beacon Hill and see if I can convince the powers that be.
Do you have a connection here? Are you safe? Are you?
Yes. Oh, quite safe, quite safe. I have spent much time here, old sport. I had to argue for nearly a decade in these halls for the Grimm's Law to overrule the old rulings on magic and necromancy. But, yes, no, I'm quite all right, old sport. I will be in touch. Your path takes you to Cherry Falls, it sounds like.
Yes, I owe some favors to return.
Indeed. Well, we will be in touch, I have no doubt. I will keep you in my purview. Close at heart and close at hand, hopefully.
Absolutely, my friend. And do be wary of Olga Sinclair. I do not believe that she is here to help you.
Right. Right, that's a good point. On the subject of Olga Sinclair, you hear Dirivat off in the distance go, found one! And he has a newspaper in hands, and he says, what does churny mean? Which several of you know to be essentially like racial slur or nationalist slur for people from Charnaya.
No. That is a slur for my people, or my old people, I should say.
You see that he is holding in his hands a copy of the Daybreak City Herald, which has a headline on the front, which says, Killer Churney thwarted aboard Grand Meridian train.
Yeah?
He hands it over to you. It is the story of a, framed as a, essentially, dirty pinko Churney, trying to murder a good Union soldier on a train and being thwarted by local heroes. You guys are spoken about quite briefly. You guys gave very brief statements and didn't go into a lot of detail. Boss was not mentioned at all because he specifically fucked off there before they talked to you in Prospect, but very much painting this, Chernayan bastard as essentially a monster and a killer that was thwarted by heroes.
I suppose it is a marginal step up from Chernayan on Chernayan violence. We missed a few details.
I do believe that this means...
Just a few.
Wasn't it?
I do believe that this means this body is going to be in some sort of custody.
You can't.
It might make it difficult for us to assist.
Probably. Who's the author?
It is written by a name you don't recognize.
Okay.
Some journalist from Prospect.
That's a strange name.
Morisco, I don't
Stacey
know.
Fick.
But you said it was from Prospect.
The journalist is from Prospect. You know this paper is issued by Sinclair Media in Daybreak City, but it's kind of like the quote-unquote New York Times. It goes all throughout the nation of Seoul,
How
and even
many
international.
intimidating details, names, pictures?
How many what, sorry?
How many identifiable details, names, pictures of us?
Of you guys?
Yeah.
I don't think they ever took a picture of you guys. There's a picture of the train. There's not a picture of Jules because his body was far too kind of gruesome to print on the front page of the paper. It does say Pablo Kalashnik.
Pablo Kalashnik.
Yes. Because his name, even though you guys took his ID, he was on the passenger manifest. So it's got his name.
The manifest as Jules, or did
No, he was on the manifest
okay.
as Pablo Kalashnik. That was the name on his ticket.
Yep.
Morisco, I do not believe that it's going to be easy to help get his remains home.
That doesn't mean I'm not going to do it. They got all the details wrong, and I don't give a shit about it.
Okay. I just wanted to say.
Go ahead, Marble.
How much is it for a ticket to Prospect and back to here?
So to go from Lux to Prospect is 5 marks for coach. And then...
It's not very long either, right?
No, it's very short.
We can probably go there and get back in a day.
Yep, it's 2 hours. So it'll be 5 marks there, 5 marks back if you want to do that in a day. Alternatively, if you don't need to come back to this city specifically, you guys can look into the travel costs. It'll be 5 marks to get to Prospect, and then if you go all the way from Prospect straight to Cherry Falls, that cost is going to be 15 marks. Or more if you want first class.
Would it be 10 from... I guess the thing is, there's not really a point in the whole party going for me to just go pick up my...
Yeah, in theory...
It'll cost the party more than it's worth.
Yeah. The train from Prospect to Cherry Falls would have a stop in Lux where you could get on, in theory.
Okay.
So or where everyone else could get on. So if you and Morisco take a train to Prospect, do your business there, and then you can just come back by Lux and pick up the rest of the party. You can absolutely do that and save a little bit of money that way.
If we have any interest in staying in Lux at all for a night or so, I think Boss could also go into his Capitol building and introduce himself with the credentials that he has.
Yeah.
And we could get some sort of diplomatic, sovereignty for the time.
Sure, absolutely. Yep.
Sure.
I'd say it's like 1 p.m.-ish currently, just for you guys' time of day reference, or maybe 2.
I am racking my brains off here trying to think how we are going to get access to this body that is well outside my normal pay grade. Is that something that you can pull your strings on? Or is it something you would even risk pulling your strings on?
I don't... With the active militarization of Chernaya versus my people, I don't think this is something I should be able to
That is fair.
touch.
My next plan is to pretend that I am an investigator from Chernaya and we are looking into a rogue cell group that he was part of and essentially pretending to be a spy to see if we can get him back, but that will involve some lying.
I don't think I could be.
I don't want you to stick your neck out for him.
How am
He did try to kill you.
How am I supposed to go assassinate an admiral if I cannot get the body of a meaningless mook? This is good practice, yeah?
Fair enough. I can at least get your ticket there. It's simple enough.
Alright.
I want to incite Bones calling this guy a meaningless mooch.
Sure.
Or, yeah, be an insight check. Tell us your feelings.
18, which is probably the highest I could ever roll.
Wow.
Everything Bones said is legitimate. The point he's making is that he views this as a step towards doing a much more dangerous and high-risk job. Obviously, Pablo means more to him, but he doesn't... There's nothing in his voice that indicates that Pablo is more important than what he just said to anyone other than himself. Like, he doesn't think Pablo is secretly actually an important part of some plot.
Oh no, that's not. I guess that's not what I was.
You're asking what he means to Bones, and Bones...
I guess does he think this guy is meaning? I guess
No, of
it's
course not.
Yeah.
No.
I'd say big picture, he's meaningless for what you're trying to compare it to.
Correct, yeah. Big picture, he's meaningless. To Bones, this is important.
Yeah, gotcha. That's kind of what I figured.
Yep.
So for the moment, it sounds like the travel plans are Talani is going back to Prospect along with Morisco, Marble. Or I guess Marble, if you're willing to let somebody, they might not let somebody else pick it up. It's under your name.
I wanted
But they just walk in and say they're Marble, and then
you could like write.
I also wanted to talk to Morisco, anyways.
Okay, cool. And Bones are headed to Prospect.
Wait, hold on, don't put him next to a woman.
Good point. Philord and Jeg are essentially staying in Lux for the time. Diravat will be making his way to Daybreak City. Ral and Nessa will be kind of staying with you guys as you head to Cherry Falls for the time being. And the kind of Ghost Cadence boss patches, Ral and Nessa will kind of stay in Lux and just wait for those to come back.
Did Jeg say he was going to go to the train station to look for...
Yes.
So I'll go with Jeg and the train group. Yeah.
I'll come
So
back to that.
you keep Fillard with us for now.
Yeah, you're all the Lux group for now. Really, the only person like leaving. So we have train group and Lux group for right now, and we'll split up to where they go in just a moment.
Speaking of putting next to me mirrored women, though, I wanted to talk to Cadence real quick.
Oh my god, what?
Cadence.
Yes?
So you are the one who took Pablo's ID?
I did.
I wouldn't ask why, but you have your reasons, I'm sure. Did you take anything else? Just so I know if he should have things. I don't know.
I truly did not. I took his ID, and it had his address on it, but I was going to give it to Bones. But
Do you remember the address?
of course I do. I didn't get an actual address,
Yes,
but
you do, and you give him an address.
I was like, it was like 2 days ago. I'm
bless.
assuming I didn't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you guys have an address for him.
Amazing.
I'll give you an actual address at some point. I do have that written down somewhere.
Cool. That does help with where he should go. Thank you.
Of course. And Morisco, never mind.
Are you sure?
Just, I don't know. I'm sorry for your loss.
Thanks. We'll see you later. Goodbye.
God, he's so squeamish. It's crazy.
As you guys, train group is splitting off from Lux group. Bones.
Bones will also, if we're talking about splitting up, Bones will say, I don't know about all of you. I'm not in so much of a rush that I wouldn't enjoy a dinner with all of you on the surface before we split ways.
We could take a night.
I mean, it is no big deal to me. I know we're regrouping at some point, but...
My treat, Philip Grimm says. I know the finest steakhouse in Lux.
Do you have money?
I need to go get it, but I do. I just need to visit the bank. Don't have anything on me, but now that I am on the blessed surface, I can find myself a bank.
So I just asked real quick. I just grab his say, do we have somewhere to stay this evening through your?
I'm sure that I could work out some sort of accommodations for you.
I believe that I could probably go inside and make arrangements myself, but I don't know if this is necessary, and I'd like to keep myself incognito.
Yes, if you are still wishing to lay low, and I don't blame you if you are, I'm sure I can handle it. I will simply say that I have an envoy of informants that I need taken care of. It won't be a problem, okay. I'm sure.
I will trust you with this thing.
Go ahead, Bones.
It was a small closet and I speak thieves' can't. Do I know that Patches has a delivery to make?
Oh, yeah.
Patches, how quickly do you need to make your delivery back to Daybreak City?
Do I know?
You weren't given like
Yeah,
a time
that's
frame.
fine, yeah.
And also, worth noting, we'll go to the world map for a moment because it is further even than Daybreak City. You are supposed to take this package all the way to Don Vittorio in the city of Puerto Soltera, which is across the sea, all the way over in Caruxo. So you got a long ways to go, the exact opposite direction of where everyone's going at the moment. But that's it. You were not given like a hard time frame. You weren't told like get this there by the end of brightness or whatever. You're just told go get it and bring it to it.
So I do not know what your long-term plans are. Do you tell me that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, like,
Share that.
at least that part, yeah.
Okay. I don't know what your long-term plans are, but I know that at the very least, Mauricio and I planned on heading that way at some point. You're very welcome to join us. I don't think you should split off on your own to deliver this if you don't want to. I imagine we'll be moving as a group for some time anyway, but what I mean is that we will head your way pretty soon. What are our other plans?
You guys have not planned past Cherry Falls yet.
Perhaps right after Cherry Falls we will go with you. If you're interested in joining.
I mean, it would be helpful. Having extra people to help me with the delivery and the security and everything like that.
Certainly, yes. I would like to go that way to check on the tower that is over there. So I think at least a few of us have business that direction.
I can't place the accent, old sport. Is it Rooksy?
Yes.
Interesting. He looks at your pocket square again, just kind of like, I swear I've seen that. Something about the accent seems to have triggered it.
It's a very old Rooksy.
Right. No,
I picked it up from my nonna.
my father works in Esmeriz. Well, yes.
What's your father's name?
His name is Thomas Grimm.
Thomas Grimm. I see. What's your grandfather's name?
Let's see how far back we have to go here.
Pulls out a whole family tree chart.
Yeah. My grandfather was Tamis.
Tamis.
All right. You guys head to a bank where Philip Grimm gets out some money to buy you guys dinner. And you
Can I check out my bank account? Is it 0?
Yeah, you go find the Accessible Inventions bank account and find that it is, dwindling. It's not great.
You guys have bank accounts.
Well, Toppin,
That makes sense. They don't let me in banks.
they don't
anymore.
trust me.
They don't. What did you do to the bank?
Well, I borrowed something on the order of like 15,000 credits, and then war happened, and I never paid it back. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
They should put protections in place like that for people who go off to war. This is a thing they should probably
You
do.
think that if they're going to make you go off to war, they would give you some sort of compensation, but
Your situation was especially bad because you lived in the nation of Chernaya,
yep.
took out debt with Chernaya, and then the land that you lived in became a different country's property.
Correct.
So your debt situation is the fucking tangled web.
The point of all of that is that I have no access to credit whatsoever. I live with what is in my wallet, and that is it.
In my country, we do not have these credits. Most of my money is Sapphire.
It's probably much better that way.
He has generational wealth.
I don't imagine they would write a contract with the lack of last name, because, there's probably at least one other Morisco somewhere.
Can I take out a loan?
Actually, they probably would allow you to
They'd
take
probably
loans,
love
yes.
for you to take out a loan.
That's a 38% interest rate, yes.
It's a special tier that they're having this week. You sign up now, or you might get a worse interest rate next week.
Just Mariska, do you
Can I take out a loan of 200 marks?
Don't.
Durvat goes, can I take out a loan of 1,000 marks? Do they limit how much of a loan you can take out?
Yes,
Hold
they
on.
do. They do based on how much money you already have. The important thing that you need to understand about loans is that they charge interest. You all understand how interest works.
Durvat looks at you like he has never heard this word in his life.
Understood. I borrow. I give you 100 marks. Every day that goes by where you don't give me all that money back, I add an extra mark to what you owe me. So tomorrow you owe me 101. The day after you owe me 102.1. The day after you owe me 103.25.
Well, it sounds to me like doing that to someone who couldn't afford to pay you back is downright predatory.
Correct.
Durvat says.
Yes, it's deeply, deeply evil. Yeah.
Not necessarily. I mean, there's
Right, but-
there's a cost benefit to these things.
Certainly, yeah.
But you have to understand, you don't want to take a loan unless you need a loan.
Yes, never take a loan unless you must.
Also, the voice of God comes down from heaven and says you're not allowed to take out loans to buy magic items.
I'm not trying to buy a magic item. It's that I owe Bones 20 marks. I need 50 marks so that I can cast a fucking spell once in a while.
What is your...
And I still need money for food.
But Ghost, you are not going to go hungry when you are with me. I will buy you food.
Yeah, but Morisco's going to feed us forever, I believe.
Ghost, I want to be so clear here. You are a refugee right now. You may rely on us, your newfound friends, to take care of you for a short time.
Just I thought you will be taken care of.
Maybe not to us.
I so deeply appreciate your honesty, Patches.
Patch is the richest one of them.
Yeah, truly. Has not spent a dime.
Can I look at my bank?
Is carrying around something that a underground smuggler gathered over years to give to the biggest crime boss on the planet. Don't have any money to give you.
I got nothing.
The point, Ghost, if you need 50 more marks, I can loan you 50 more marks until you can comfortably pay it back. There's no interest on this.
Possibly, it's a very complicated situation.
Okay, well, you'd let me know. I have it, and I'm not going to spend it anytime soon.
All right.
I have it, and I probably will spend it anytime soon. So if you want it from me, you'll have to get to me quick.
Maybe I should.
As you guys are walking towards the restaurant that Pilgrim leads you to, he gets like halfway there and is like, I do wonder if perhaps we should have gotten accommodations first so we could take a shower, because we are all disgusting.
I was about to say, I smell very badly.
Let's do accommodations first. And he heads over to...
I'll have you know, my tower had a lovely bath.
That's true.
It did have a lovely
Not that
bath.
And then we rolled around in the dirt.
But he will lead you to like a nice
finished
hotel. in which you
archaeology
guys
take
were-
like an hour ago.
He essentially pays for it for the time being, essentially expecting to be like reimbursed by the we'll hand wave it as Pilgrim takes care of it for you. Essentially,
Is he loaded?
yeah,
Yeah, okay.
yes, he's rich as hell.
Love that.
He's not so he's not like rich as hell, but he's fine.
He's a
doing good.
lawmaker.
He's doing
He's
good
got
on money.
You just tell him, to contact High King.
The High King of Spyrus. Yeah.
Just contact him and let him know that, and I'll put my stamp on it whenever he's written the letter.
Yeah.
The kind of rich that doesn't carry money.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I understand.
Then you guys make your way to the restaurant. As you guys are on your way,
I'm on my new fine robes. I haven't worn these yet.
yeah, you guys get blessed showers and comfortable soft beds and open windows. Marble is so puffy. Yeah,
So silky smooth.
I have fine clothes that I get to wear for the first time in 2 weeks.
We all walk
Yeah, I put mine on too.
We look great. We look
yeah.
great.
The only fine clothes I have is that kimono that
So you guys have been in like torn up bug costumes for fucking 4 days.
covered in demon blood.
Yeah.
I can only imagine it smells really good.
Undead
Totally, yeah,
mushroom
super good.
piss.
Undead mushrooms, yes.
Yeah, right.
Flesh-eating fungus that you've eaten also.
Right.
Yeah,
At some point, on the subject of
mimic slime.
flesh-eating fungus and eating it, Morisco, at some point, as you and Ral are waiting in the lobby for everyone else to come down from their showers after you guys get showered first, he says, "Have you had a chance to look at the bestiary yet? I can show you the page I found." And he turns.
I hadn't, but yeah.
He will take it and kind of turn open a page to you. And it's just a one-page little entry. At the top of it, there is a diagram. Diagram's not the right word, but kind of like a bestiary drawing of a nudibranch labeled Dendronotus nidica. And then below it is some text describing it, which says... Dendronotus nidica is a very rare species of nudibranch endemic to the inner coastal waters of Nidus. Easily identified by its vibrant, shifting color patterns and branching serrata, D. nidica typically makes its habitat at shallow depths and warm waters, especially near coral reefs, which aid in its ability to camouflage. The shallow coastal waters of Nidus's tide pool provide these ideal conditions and are the only habitat in which D. nidica has ever been found in the wild. D. nidica is highly venomous, using its serrata to deter predators with a powerful neurotoxin. In humanoids, this venom results in brain damage and even brain death in the most severe cases.
Dionytica's venom is believed to have magical properties, and despite its deadliness, accounts exist of it being used in small doses for traditional spiritualist rituals of the region, which utilize the brain-damaging effects of the venom to induce amnesia. This trait of Dionytica has earned it the regional nickname Wassa Wassa Galala, a Mohoho expression that translates approximately to blank slate. And that's the end of the entry.
Ooh, chills.
Oh, this is going to sound like I'm making it up, but I have this recurring dream about a tide pool, so that's another strange coincidence in this.
That is interesting. Have you ever... This is maybe a stretch, but have you ever seen that creature in it?
Yes, that is how the dream ends. There's one at the end.
Well, I know nothing about spiritualist rituals or neurotoxin, but certainly seems too much of a coincidence to be a coincidence.
Yes, I think you're right. I think this is just where I have to go. Just all signs point to this, right?
It certainly seems that way, doesn't it? It's about this time that the rest of your party is kind of making their way down the stairs. Raoul says, perhaps after Cherry Falls, if you're headed that way, I could accompany you.
If nothing else more pertinent comes up, time sensitive, I am good to head that way, but I will have to see how the others feel.
Of course. Just food for thought. Yeah, let's go get some food for stomachs, yeah? The rest of you guys make your way.
Marble's actually shocking everyone because he's just so poofy and sad.
Absolutely. You guys eventually make your way to a lovely steakhouse where you eat a fine meal. It's strange. I was about to say that it's like the best meal you've had in 7 days because you've been plunged in the Underdark, but Morisco has been preparing you incredibly gourmet, delicious food the whole time. So the meal is like maybe not as good as what Morisco cooks. It's very good. It's made by a very good chef in a very good restaurant. So it's very good.
I think also just the idea that we were able to order what we wanted is also just
right. You're not all being given the same meal, and you are like each able to order your own cocktail.
Also, Morisco being able to order his food and not have to make food.
Absolutely. Huge difference. And, you step into a beautiful lounge with like smoky jazz playing and cocktails to order and, a full bar and, a fireplace roaring and just a delightful environment to finally rest in a soft seat and eat a meal that you're not eating while seated on like a rock, Go ahead, Marble.
Yeah, at some point during the meal, I'm going to kind of elbow nudge Morisco and kind of lean in and whisper to him, like, can you get me into the kitchen?
The kitchen? You want to go see the kitchen?
Yeah. Research.
It's a nice restaurant, right? I don't think they're just going to let us back there.
Morisco, you might be able to flex your I'm a chef at this lovely restaurant that you may have heard of. I'm the not quite CDC, but you could say you're the CDC and be like, could I just come take a look at the kitchen?
Surely Raoul has some weight too.
Raoul might be able to also do this. So here's what I'll say.
Or we can just sneak in there.
Morisco, if you want to just sneak, that's a totally different story.
I'm bad at sneaking.
But if you want to ask for can I have a look at the kitchen?
I was going to say whenever we're done with the meal, if you just walk into the kitchen and go, oops, wrong door.
Also an option. But if you want a proper tour of the kitchen, that's not outside the realm of possibility if you roll well enough. Morisco, why don't you give me a persuasion check? You can have advantage because Raoul will help you, and you can apply your cooking lore.
Which is a +3 currently?
Yes.
29.
Jesus. Yeah, totally. You have to kind of stay out of the way of but this is your check. This is your cooking lore. You know how to stay out of the way and not get in the way of the operation.
Do
just
I?
You follow Morisco.
I will instruct you to, or you will learn very quickly.
You find maybe kind of surprisingly, Raoul has not spent much time in like a fine dining kitchen. He mostly is like an alchemist and a writer. But he also knows how to sort of stay out of the way. Marble, you like...
Yeah, I'm like taking mental notes of just like what the kitchen's like to kind of like make alterations to the little camping kit.
You find some sort of nice equipment back there, very, very high quality stuff that you can sort of take some notes on. And
Yeah, I might like to see how they like move around the kitchen.
yeah, as far as like the layout, totally finished like
Ergonomics.
Yeah.
ergonomics and layout of your design for the Morisco pop-up kitchen.
And then also just mouth-watering, smell and look at all the tasty food that's back here.
Lovely. Did you guys want to have any like conversations as you're having dinner?
Yeah, we'll talk to Bones.
I want to have a cigar.
Same.
Absolutely.
Same with the
Easy peasy. Silver will buy you guys cigars. They are delightful.
And Marble throws up.
I mean,
Oh,
I think I
absolutely.
have the highest Constitution saving throw.
It's true.
Probably.
But you do have the lowest being a guy who smokes a cigar.
Yeah, true.
You also thought it was
Which, of course, Patches has the highest one.
Correct.
An
Of course.
Italian mafioso. Who only smokes
Basically is
cigars.
a cigar.
Cadence is pretty good at it too.
True, yes.
I can put one.
Cadence may have a cigar in her character, I'm not sure. Like in the art reel at the end, though, when you're
She was
sitting
born with a cigar.
She was born a cigar.
Conversations.
Yeah, you.
Oh, that is not like a cigarette.
No. Slowly enjoy that. It is sweet. It is light.
Ghost. You can find Bones for a moment, either privately off on a side conversation or with everybody. It's up to you.
Yeah, privately, like while everybody's eating or whatever, I'll like
What you
shout out to Bones.
probably find him doing is that everybody listened to one song and then another one, and Bones was still listening, and everybody else is getting sick of it, and you find him like 4 songs later, just like listening to the lounge jazz or the jazz. Oh, hello.
Hi. Sorry, we haven't really gotten a ton of opportunities to chat, and I was Yeah. I'm sorry. This is probably very uncomfortable, but I need to just talk to someone who is You know Marble fairly well, right?
Yes, I've known him for several months. We've worked together a lot. Yeah.
I think I'm very angry at him. I know that that's very irrational, and I was wondering how I should broach that subject with him.
I would love to hear specifics on this, but as a general
Sure.
thumb, he is very simple. If you walk up to him and say, "I'm upset because of this and this," he will work with you on it. He's how do I put it? He doesn't play the social game. He does not play games. He simply says what is on his mind. But tell me, what are you mad at him for?
Well, while we were in the Underdark, he asked to see my lamp, and then gave it to him, and then he added these things to it, and it's good. Obviously, Marble is obviously a very sweet and earnest person who is obviously just trying to help, and logically, I understand that this is better. This is an improvement, and this is important, and was important while we were down there, and it was very effective. But also, I look at it at this very special object of mine that's been kind of turned into an arts and crafts project, and it just kind of fills me with anger and rage that I can't quite place.
Did he ask you permission before he modified it?
No. Sort of. He has to see it,
Okay.
but I didn't really understand that see it meant tinker with it.
Yes, that is Marble. I have no doubt that if you explained to him that it had sentimental value the way that it was, and you would like him to revert the changes, he would do it for you. In his mind, it's not that items don't hold emotional significance. I believe that they do. It's just that improvement is never a bad thing, and he does not cling to the past the way that some of us do. And that sounded accusatory. I want to be so clear. I cling to the past with many of my objects. I think that it is important to have some things that remain the same. I don't think he meant any ill will. I think that rather than harboring this anger, you simply go, Marble, this was very helpful in the Underdark, but I liked it the way that it was. Could you change it back?
Thank you. This was very helpful.
I'm glad I could help.
Marble, I very much appreciate what you did, but could you change this back?
Sure.
You hear his voice in your mind just all of a sudden from across the bar.
You turn around and he's just holding it up.
Yeah. Bones waits like 8 seconds as Ghost turns around and goes silent, and then he just leans over. Say that it's for emotional reasons, and he won't give any back talk.
Oh, okay. For emotional reasons.
Oh. Oh. Sorry. Yeah.
That's all right.
Wow, guys, this was very mature.
Actually, if you're able to salvage the amber from these, I was actually hoping you could possibly help me make something.
You see his eyes just get huge.
Two somethings actually. Have you ever made a bell before? I don't know. Is that offensive?
Oh, because I'm a cat.
Right.
I hadn't considered that angle, but that is.
Yeah. What for? We can talk later if you want.
Oh, right. I need it for a couple of summoning spells.
Okay. He'll like fish through his bag and probably pull out item acquisition forms he has, and then we can go over this after dinner.
Sure. Thank you.
And I'll revert your staff.
Lovely. Any other conversations people want to have over the course of this meal and this sort of evening at the bar, having a couple drinks, unwinding?
I don't know about like conversation, but I'm looking around and thinking about what I know of everybody and about which one is good at picking locks.
Yes.
But also good at keeping secrets.
Cadenson is not close.
Yeah.
That
Cadence, you've seen Cadence pick some really difficult locks, and you're sure she won't.
That's
take
why I
a quick
figured.
secret. Yeah, if you wish to, you can approach Cadence in the bar privately at some point.
I mean, what time of day is it?
It's like 6 p.m. ish.
Okay.
Maybe approaching 7.
Yeah, I'll try and find Cadence alone at some point.
Yeah, easy peasy. Kind of pull her off to the side. I assume you guys are like moving around the bar, the different lounges, and people stepping outside every once in a while. A couple people go to cigar lounge, whatever. So you just have to find a spot with just one other person if you want.
Cadence,
Yes.
do you mind if I speak to you for a second?
Of course not. What's going on?
Well, I have something that I need your help with. I know you.
Well, was Cadence there when I was given? I don't know who all was like.
I think that Carissa and Crush tried to do it as subtly as possible, but you guys were in a tight space. It's
Yeah.
pretty big, so you probably saw it. She probably saw it and get handed off to you, though she might not have heard the conversation.
Yeah.
around it.
Well, I mean, I assume I don't really have anywhere to put it, so I was
it's
just
also
carrying
true.
it
You're
with me.
carrying a giant cast iron box.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw that I received my shipment.
I am so flattered. I'm dying to know.
I was hoping you might want to open it and find out what's inside of it.
It's the only thing I've been thinking about.
If you wish, you can
What
make
if
me.
we
A,
snuck off and looked inside of it?
Yeah,
You just
of
head to like a
course.
bathroom or.
Let's open that box together.
Are you taking my girlfriend to the
I
bathroom?
was gonna say, do I clock the two
I think
of
they're
them sneaking up to the
deliberately
bathroom
being
together?
private. I'll let you guys decide if you want this to be private or if there's a chance people see
I
it.
just want. I'll go to the bathroom and then you come in like 3 minutes after me, but I'll
Yeah.
still
I
be
only
there.
want this for the comedic value. I tend to pry. Yeah.
No.
Above table, I will always allow other players to have a private moment
Yeah,
if
yeah,
they
yeah,
want.
of course.
But if you guys think it's funny for someone to maybe see you,
This is
you
also
can-
something that Boss has clocked everything he can clock.
Totally.
Most of the group so far.
Totally.
So,
Yep. But it's
I would
also
be-
I'm gonna roll a D100, and on a 69, I have to pee at the exact
if you
time.
get a 69, you see it.
Yeah, if you guys want this to be private, it's private.
Sorry,
Ah, okay.
69.
I'm oblivious.
800.
29. Not
Pretty
far.
close. Pretty close.
So yeah,
I'll leave it up to Patches.
I mean, I'm keeping it mostly secret.
Okay.
but-
Yeah.
That's fine.
Cool. We'll say that it's just the two of you see it for now, at least.
Yeah, they can maybe like see that we sneak off. But
Yeah.
I'm only trying to see that they stop away with
If it's okay with you guys, people see you two go to do something secret.
Sneaking off by dragging a cast iron.
so long the first.
Incredible. Okay, Cadence, if you would like to try to break this lock, I'll let Patches give you a help action. I don't think you have Thieves' Tools proficiency, but because you have Mafia lore, I'll say you can help.
I've seen it in movies.
Yeah, you've seen it in movies.
Just do it.
You can apply your criminal lore.
Okay.
I do need you to hit at least a 25 to pick this lock.
So, okay. I'm adding my criminal lore. A dex roll, a sleight of hand roll.
Thieves' Tools check, if you have Thieves' Tools.
Yes.
You should.
Yeah.
So this is your proficiency plus your lore, unless you have expertise in Thieves'
I have
Tools.
expertise.
So it's...
So 6 plus 3, so plus 9.
Yes, plus
Plus
dex.
dex. Okay. So plus 13.
Plus 13, so you gotta get 12 or higher on one of those dice.
Well,
Jesus, so close. I got 12.
Nice. Oh yeah, exactly what you needed. Cadence, this is a hell of a lock. This is a high quality piece of machinery here. It is no joke. But neither are your skills.
God, what's in here?
You pop this lock open.
explosion.
Yeah.
That's what I was about to say.
As you lift the lid, you see why such a lock was necessary on top of the magical protections that were on it before they were lifted. Earlier, we were discussing the tiny little pea-sized bits of amber that you've collected. You've collected maybe 15 or so of them, and I mentioned to you that is more valuable than all of the other treasures you've gathered in all of your adventures. You open this box, and it is almost completely full with amber gemstones that are all at least the size of like a quarter, some a little bit bigger. This is more money than any of you have ever seen in one place, even in your lines of business. This is an incredible amount of amber, worth an unbelievable amount of money.
Patches.
rich.
We're gonna run away together.
We can finally find the life we've been thinking about.
For the last 3 seconds. The life we've been talking about for the last 3 seconds.
The idea of Patches and Cadence slyly going off to the bathroom together, a couple people spotting it, and then nobody ever seeing them again.
I feel like I almost hate this, but I also want to be like, all right, time to let's kill our characters off. I'm leaving forever. You're gonna make a new character.
Yes,
It is perfect timing.
You hold in your hand a small fortune worth of amber, but maybe not even that small of a fortune.
That's a small fortune.
A fortune worth of amber. When Chris said earlier that this project was years in the making, Chris, presumably now that you see what is in here, spent years in the Underdark, masquerading as a Xanthian priest and just getting as much amber as she could, putting it in this box to send to Don Vittorio, for what reason you do not know.
Well, god damn, I should have been a smuggler. Chose the wrong line.
I mean, there's always another life that you can be a smuggler.
Yeah, that's your like thing, alternate universes, right?
I mean, yes, I'm good at it.
What does Don Vittorio need with this?
I assume he has some sort of a plan for it, but
Patches,
you don't know.
Give me an insight check and apply your Mafia
It's
lore.
on this list.
It's
22.
22. You've been in the gang for, a number of years now. Santi Silenziosi at the end of the day is a smuggling gang. They don't keep a ton of property for themselves. Largely their business is moving things for other people. It's strange that something is being smuggled to the leader of Santi Silenziosi as opposed to you just taking it to whoever the client is. Presumably there is a client for this. That's your thought on a 23, is that probably Don Vittorio is not who this is ultimately for.
How so?
This is probably for some client somewhere. It's just
Seems like he wants to be the one to pass it off.
Right. It's just such an incredible payload that, for whatever reason, Don Vittorio wants to personally be the one to deliver this to the customer.
I also think I just lied. I don't think I know who you're delivering this to, so I didn't say that, but
Yeah, that's fair.
But I mean, whoever it's going to must be someone very important,
they must be. That's
or they're doing
insane.
something with it.
I think Marvel would bust a nut if he saw this.
like to hope that that's when someone walks up. That's when Mercio comes to pee, hears that, and just turns around.
Some stranger you've never seen before opens the bathroom door, and they don't see the amber, but they just open the door and then hear that. Marvel would bust him out if he saw this, and they close the door.
He's just like his father.
I think we should keep this to ourselves, though. I mean, as much as I trust the rest of the party, I mean, okay, you know that's a lie, but I don't think we can fully trust them with knowing how much money we have.
I don't trust you with how much money this is.
I mean, I can keep it that simple. I mean, I don't know how to pick a lock, so.
And I'll just shut it and just lock it.
Click the lock, closed again, yeah.
It's like, I don't know how to open it, so until I find a key, and then.
I understand. I understand discretion.
Hell yeah. You slap the lock back closed on this. The one thing I'll say, as you open the box, you see a thin seam on the inside of the lid and the inside of the body of it of a different kind of metal. Both of you just passively, this is like a lead-lined box, such that the things inside of it can't be like scryed upon or divined, but magic can't affect anything inside of it.
So nobody can look and see what's inside.
It's lead-lined to prevent any kind of magic from affecting anything inside of it.
Patches, thanks for saving us multiple times down in the abyss.
It's not a problem. I mean, it's what I do. Back in my older days, I used to help out a lot of people. You know, being a god and all that, you know.
Yeah, I'm still not sure I'm not sure what your deal is, but if you are some god of alternate universes, I appreciate that you're in this one.
Well, I'm glad you appreciate me, and maybe one day you can worship me.
Okay, I'm gonna leave now. And then I leave.
It's weird that we're still in this bathroom.
I like to think someone else walked up at that time. Heard me say,
Maybe someday you'll worship.
As you step out of a stall together.
You guys return.
So you flush the toilet. You flush the toilet.
Cast iron box.
As you flush the toilet with your foot.
Yeah. You guys see Cadence come out of the bathroom. You hear the bathroom toilet flush like 5 times. Patches comes out. So subtle.
Just look over.
Neo, go ahead.
Oh, since everyone is at the table, I guess I can talk about this now. I looked in the bestiary with Rel earlier, and there is a specific kind of sea slug kind of deal that the toxins are found in the tide pool, and it can cause brain damage, including memory loss, and it is even used as a spiritual thing for inducing amnesia.
Oh, and that's the thing you have.
It is the thing that I have, yes, see. So they only are found in one particular place, and after we are done with the Cherry Falls, it would actually be relatively close to Nidus, sea-wise. It wouldn't be that too far of a trip. That is probably where I am going to go next.
I say this is on the way to Puerto
I
Soltera.
was going to say, Patches and I need to head that way, and I would still like to grab that drink with you and Raoul. I would be happy to join.
I still have much interest to go to Puerto Soltera as well, as that is not far from a place that I need to visit. And I say this to Philord as well.
Yeah, Grim will chime in and say, that's a good idea, old sport. If I don't find any leeway with the leaders here, I can just head to Asmarie's. They're all members of the Union as well. I may have to do my rounds, after all, to grease the correct wheels, so I may well meet you in Asmarie's.
This sounds good. I do have one other favor to ask. As I told you, Philord, there is militarization of Chernaya once again against my people. With your vast network, I'm hoping that you might be able to find me information. Timelines, anything that you can discover would be appreciated.
Yes, I will look into it, old sport. I haven't heard, well, of course, I haven't heard much. I've been locked in a little room in the Underdark for days, weeks. Yes, I will see what I can find out. If nothing else, I mean to, in the coming days, speak with hopefully the president, or at least his chief of staff, about this scriptorium business. I will ask if there has been any news on the Chennai and Eastern Front.
You have the ear of the president.
I don't know if I have the ear on a permanent basis, but I can get an audience if I need one.
That's good enough for me. That's crazy.
Yes, no, it's. I don't mean to be overly humble. I have spent my entire life trying to change the way magic is regulated around the world, and I have. I don't mind saying, had a measure of success.
You've heard of Grimm's Law, yes?
I have heard of Grimm's Law. There's a lot going on, and I'm sure you have many things to recover on. If one day you feel that you owe any of us a favor, I would like to speak with you, but that can wait.
You have saved my life. I owe you a favor as we speak.
It can wait.
Very well. I'm happy to help in any way that I can. When I was younger, I found myself in some legal trouble for the use of necromancy, which began my spiral into this life, as it were.
You know anything about patent law?
Heavens, no, nothing like that, but...
It was worth a shot.
Have you ever brought anyone back? You're a necromancer. Did you bring like the skeletons, or are you like the whole deal, real deal, full thing?
He kind of pauses, hesitates for a minute, a little bit like...
It's like saying journey to a tribe.
No. A little hesitant to answer the question. And boss, you know that this has always been like something that he doesn't really expound upon more than he has to. It's maybe sore subject isn't the right word, but kind of maybe a traumatic subject. But nonetheless, after a brief hesitation, he says, yes. When I was younger, my father, I mentioned him earlier, Thomas, he and my mother, Ulysses Grimm, they were attacked. Some wanton act of senseless violence. Truth is, I don't even remember the name of the man who did it. This man killed my mother and father, and in my anger, I used necromancy to kill him, the man who killed my parents, and using the necromantic ripples, I suppose is the best word, of that man's death, I was able to return my father to life. My mother, she was an elf, therefore lacking in soul. It did not work for her. That is the only time I have brought anyone back to life. My father was shot in the head, murdered, and I brought him back, and for that terrible crime of performing necromancy, I spent 10 years in jail in Calumet. My father lost his job and ended up, elsewhere. And I spent my life since rewriting the rules about the way magic is regulated. I suppose that is more information than you asked for, but I feel that I owe it to you to be transparent.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. You didn't have to go that far, but I appreciate it. Shot in the head. Interesting.
Yes. A gruesome thing for anyone to witness. I wasn't a child. The strangest thing now is I am an older man than my father was when he died. And here I am aging, and he is, the manner of life that I have restored him to is not the same as a natural life. He will never age. He will always be undead and unwrite whatever laws I wish to unwrite. People still have their stigmas and biases. Some people's minds cannot be changed, old sport.
I see. Thank you for sharing. I did not realize he would be around forever after that.
As far as I know, it's a strange thought. I don't think Filler gets a little bit distant after that, a little
It's kind of a faraway look for a little while. Drinks his brandy kind of slowly. But yes, any favor that any of you need of me, I owe you my life itself. I will do my best to be at your service. Go ahead, Marble.
So I like to imagine this happened shortly after Cadence left to go to the bathroom. I'm going to find Morisco, make sure there's no women around.
Of course.
Do a quick little sweep, and then I'll be like, sit next to him. Hey, Morisco, why are you so weird around women?
Yes, I have always been that way. Ever since they found me, anyway. I'm not sure about before that. I don't know what it is. It's especially if they're taller than me. It's just this weird feeling overcomes me. It is hard to push down. I've been with Cadence long enough. I can talk to her a little bit, but I'm still not comfortable around her.
Are you like scared?
I don't know if that is the right word, but I don't think it is the wrong word. Intimidated? No, not always.
But don't you have a fiance?
Yes, it was a bit awkward at first, and it's still awkward sometimes. I did not really was able to talk to her for a long time. It was, mostly stammerings, the occasional sentence. I tried to do a lot of things for her without talking at first, and that came off as odd as well.
So, what's the deal with all that?
To deal with?
Yeah, you
with what?
Fiance and.
I mean, I have. I pursued her for a while. I could tell you about how I met her sometime, I suppose. And it was very clear it was not her type, at least at first. But I was persistent and I don't know. At least one of the things I did eventually made her see past more than just the stammering idiot, I guess. She is actually the one who ended up asking me for the marriage, you see. I don't know if I would have been able to do that without passing out. No, I might have just gotten scared.
And if you were talking about how I'm planning to approach the relationship, post-marriage, that is one reason I am out here. I would like to make that complication less of one. Maybe if I figure out where I am, or who I am, where I came from, I can figure out why I feel the way that I do. I see. If that makes sense. Yeah. I guess so, yeah. That makes sense. And it kind of cocks his head, kind of thinking. Then, what happened with Jules?
Jules, yes. Well, I do not just like women, you see. I definitely like men as well. And we have talked about not limiting ourselves in the past due to that, because I cannot give Briar everything that she needs, and vice versa.
Oh. Yeah. I understand.
Yeah, I do not mean to be aloof about it. It is hard to talk about because I don't really know why these things are. I don't know if once I am not afraid that if I will need more, or I think I will need more.
Maybe. But hopefully we can get your memory back? Right?
Right. If not getting it back, at least knowing what happened.
Yeah, if there's some like a slug that could take it, the antidote?
Maybe. I do not know if there's an antidote for brain damage.
Oh, maybe you could cook something. Something with regenerative nervous system.
I had never considered that. You might be onto something there. Oh, now I gotta go look at the bestiary again. Why didn't I have him bring the whole thing? Damn it. Oh well.
You guys head back over to the table to look at the bestiary. I think our dearest Patches needs to head off. We'll play some more, but
And that's, I just sent it through Telegram, but you all turn around and you see Boss just dancing with some stranger.
Absolutely.
Jazz band. In the a drunk Boss.
Yeah.
In the lounge, just like dancing around with some stranger, but like very well.
Yeah.
Boss is a very celebrated dancer, apparently. Just like twirling this stranger, and the stranger apparently knows what to do too.
beautiful.
I've been traveling with him for weeks. I don't think I've seen him so relaxed.
I don't think so.
He's a good dancer.
He is. We would cut loose more.
Patches, I know you need to call it a night for our friends at home.
For dancing.
who Don't know this. Patches may be gone for a while.
Yeah.
He's moving off for some work and might need to take like a couple of months even off of the campaign. So we may not see Patches for a little bit. So for campaign purposes, Patches will remain with the party and I'll just play him for a little bit and we'll work out what to do after that. But
Is it like a separate patch that looks nothing like him? But we
yeah.
yeah.
When this
Yeah,
Patches
like kiddo
leaves,
eyes.
and I will come back as a different Patches.
It's just a Honda
as
Odyssey.
DM
And we're all just
insert.
like, this is not the same guy, right?
Yeah, when I come back, everything that Zeke has played of my character will be all retconned.
Yes, so it's
Just
all undone.
Very obvious.
Yeah.
Double.
Sochi's not going to play the whole time, but he's going to listen and take notes of the things that I fucked up, and then he's going to come back to the table and let me know everything.
So
that I
what
did
actually
wrong.
happened?
You might still be here for some sessions. We'll see.
Yeah,
but
we'll
just in case we don't see you again for a bit.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and we'll see if I come back.
Hell yeah.
We're gonna miss you.
Come back. We'll miss you. Goodbye.
We're gonna miss you.
Good night, buddy.
And that Rooksy
Now, Lee.
accent.
Actually, he's gonna try, but he's not gonna do it right.
When he gets back, can we?
I'm not going to do it even better than he did.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I was going to say, Zeke was a good Patches for most of last campaign, yeah?
I think when he gets back, we should have we're all undercover as patches. All patches.
Yes.
Oops, all patches.
Party.
It's all patches. Yeah.
Does music lore apply to dancing?
Music lore absolutely applies to dancing.
I definitely.
Unless I was not dancing to music, but in this case I was.
Wonderful, wonderful.
I'd go ahead and make an argument that music lore could apply to dancing even if there's not music playing.
By that.
Beat. Can it be on tempo? Something.
Anyway, you guys continue to enjoy your dinner and cocktails. It's getting to be maybe 8 or 9 p.m. I assume that the train crew is going to leave tomorrow, unless you're trying to find like an overnight train at this point. Rest here for the night and then go in the morning.
We have nice accommodations.
Yeah, you got a nice room. It's all paid
Free.
for.
I'll try to find Ghost when he's alone at some point. I'm not like trying to make it like private, but just when he looks like he's chilling by himself or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, he's just like currently chilling, but also, anytime Ghost is quiet, he could be talking to somebody, so who knows?
You just never know.
Well, I'll approach you and I'll just tap you on the shoulder to make sure you're not like in mid conversation.
Cadence.
Hello.
How can I help you?
This is for you, and I hold out just like a tumbler with just like a whiskey neat in it, and I've got a second one in my hands.
Thank you.
We are celebrating. I am guessing that leaving Hollow Hive like that probably feels like a loss. So I figured I would offer you just some outsider's perspective. From a stranger you've known for like a couple weeks.
Right. A couple of weeks, but a couple of life and death weeks.
A few months ago, you went down to the Isle of Ash and almost died. Then you crawled back up. You went through the Underdark to the surface, made your way to Daybreak, survived Daybreak and a gang fight, went back to Hollow Hive, conquered the Isle of Ash, discovered a critical piece of information, and I understand the temptation to play that card immediately, and it probably sucks to leave. Let Hollow Hive fuck up first. You've got a really powerful move in your hand right now. Kind of like a game of Go. They think they have the upper hand here. Give them a chance to fuck it up. You got to play the right move at the right time.
I suppose so.
Anyway, that's a long-winded way of saying, I'm sorry you feel like shit, but we're celebrating anyway.
I appreciate it. You are incredibly difficult to read.
I appreciate that.
What? I suspect that I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyways. How do you honestly feel?
About what?
Everything, frankly. What are you doing here?
Well, I'm on my way to Cherry Falls. I'm looking for an old companion of mine. She went missing recently. After that, well, I guess we have to get through that first. How do I feel about it? It's just another job. The Abyss sucked. Glad to be back on the surface. Were you fishing for something more specific?
Honestly, I don't totally know. What is this job? You're just looking for someone who was lost or went missing?
Went missing under less than ideal circumstances. She was with us, with the symphony, for a long time. It seems like maybe she left of her own volition, but it's not entirely clear.
So is this a find a missing friend or a clean up loose end sort of search?
That's the exciting part. We won't know till we get there, will we?
You really are just an absolute mystery.
You know, I've heard that before and I just don't get it. I feel like I'm pretty straightforward.
You know, I feel that I can be fairly candid with you. Did you know that there are... I don't think you saw it. There are these giant snails down in the Underdark. I swear I have a point. I am going to make it. There are these giant snails, and they're very... they thrive down there because they have these really hard shells, and predators can't get through it to kill them, and so they run rampant. I kind of think that people, in a lot of ways, are sort of like snails. We make this hard shell that's all that we really show the world, and the things that really make us who we are, we keep tucked away, hidden somewhere. But every once in a while, I think you get glimpses of what's really underneath. Boss, for instance, I had no idea he could dance. And I think that his shell is sort of a... the world's taught him to be aggressive, and decisive immediately, which means he is very hostile and brash, but he's also very compassionate. I think that a lot of him wants to be compassionate. And with you, I always sort of thought that your aloofness and mysteriousness was that hard shell. And then those moments of your appreciation for Go and the arts, and even those moments where you would get rather upset on my behalf over the state of my upbringing. I thought that was bits of the real you poking out. But the other day, while we were underneath Xerxes Keep, I think I saw a side of you that wasn't a snail at all. But when you were talking to that cultist, you had the look of a beast trying to crack open the shell and devour what was underneath. And it makes me very glad that you are on our side.
I appreciate that. For your sakes, I'm glad on your side too.
Yeah. Very much. And I certainly hope that when we find your companion, she is also on your side, for her sake.
I hope so too. We go back a long way. It'd be a shame if that's what had to happen.
Marble, go ahead.
I also need to talk to Ghost.
Okay, sorry.
I'll cheers your tumbler and
Oh,
Speed date.
I'll take a drink.
Ghost, no longer have you seen Cadence walk away and you're sipping your drink, then Marvel sits down across the table with you like true speed dating.
Fully jumps out of his skin as somebody else approaches him. He's just like so tense after that conversation.
Sorry.
Oh, it's fine.
Also, sorry about the staff. You said it was emotional?
Yes, I'm sorry. I should have... I really did appreciate it. It's just... it was sort of a sentimental thing, and I know it's silly and not pragmatic to say out loud, but it just means a lot in its state, although I am also now feeling a deep conflict and a lot of questions surrounding it, since my teacher is apparently alive, supposedly.
Yeah, I should have asked. I just got really excited.
It's alright. I really do appreciate it, and I know you're meant well.
Your master's alive, and you want to talk about it?
I would love to talk about it, but I also don't know that there's much to talk about. I unfortunately know very little about anything since we got pulled away before I could really finish investigating all the things that I wanted.
Being the efficient person that Marvel is, as you're talking, he is pulling out the pieces of paper for the item that you said you wanted to make, and he just like starts like filling just the basic information out.
Yeah.
He's talking to you.
Yeah. Ghost, also being very pragmatic, already has some diagrams, and he's like pulls them out and hands them to you.
You
So
feeling conflicted about the lamp, obviously.
yes, and also about my teacher's potential involvement in whatever Shioket has been doing, and the Devorators, and this whole colony of people who have been living under the thumb of these demons and struggling to survive for hundreds of years, and now they seemingly have some way out, but
yeah, I was there, and it doesn't even feel real.
it's very bizarre, and I don't think that anything that they've done there is excusable. But I suppose it's easy to understand the desperation. If that's all you've known, you have no way to know of what else could be possible. So of course, if somebody arrived and had promises of a better future, of course people would flock to you.
What do you want to do about it? I know you're conflicted, but you seem like you want to do something.
I think I just want to know. I want to do something, but I don't want to do it without understanding fully what is happening.
Really quick, I know you guys are in the middle of a conversation. Ghost, let me just briefly interrupt to say this is a bit of a tangent. You still have in your possession a bunch of diagrams of the lamp and notes about its arcane construction and about its history that you briefly studied while you were down there, but you were in a state of delirium from mechanically like 3 levels of exhaustion and, didn't get very far into your studies of. You know that you are sitting on information about the lamp. I know that's not quite what this conversation is about, but just to remind you, that is, something that you could spend some time reading those documents, potentially learning more about.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I'll probably do that while train group heads out.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Just wanted to remind you because it's been months of real life.
No, appreciate it, because I totally forgot.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. As we're talking, Marple's starting to disassemble the, get the amber pebbles off of your
Perfect.
staff.
Breaking them off there.
Where did you get the lamp?
My teacher gave it to me during our first expedition down into the Underdark.
The same one?
Yes.
The same mission?
No, this was the first one. I went on several digs with them.
Could you use it to find him? I know it's yours now, but
Potentially, it wouldn't hurt. Certainly.
I'm not good with sympathy. But if you have a strong sympathetic bond to him with it,
I currently don't have the knowledge to do so, but it's certainly something I would like to study at some point.
well, what do you want me to do with it?
I would like to take some of the amber and use that as the whatever the little ball inside of a bell is. And then if we have some of that scrap metal, I need some of these 2 bells, one slightly larger with these glyphs on it.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, I just want 2 bells that I'm going to use for my 2 summon spells.
Gotcha. Yeah, I can
Lovely.
do that pretty easily.
Perfect. You guys begin kind of working on that. Bones, what you got?
I look to Ghost and to Marble and to Morisco. Do any of you dance?
I do, yes.
Not well.
No, I'm all left legs.
That's a lot of left legs. I bet you they get quite a lot done with that.
Oh, it's atrocious. Don't want to see him on the dance floor.
Well, there's only one way to learn. Mariska, would you like to?
Yes, see, you're asking me that would, yes.
once we're out there, he will say, "We're about to make another train trip. I will try not to, if you find yourself in the middle of another romantic tryst, I'll try not to wedge myself into the middle of it again."
No, you're okay. That was not your fault, obviously. I mean...
No, it certainly was, but listen, I've been getting the impression that Jules was, important to you before all of this went down.
Not particularly. I like I said, I had just met the guy. I don't know. He just something about his story resonated with me. The more I found out about it.
That makes sense. Your magic is at least somewhat divine. I know that you are still figuring yourself out, let alone the world around you. Do you know much of the divine? Do you know much of the afterlife?
You can make a religion check if you wish to, Marisco.
Sure. I am not proficient. Well,
pretty good. I mean, most people know a little bit about the afterlife, and on a 19, you know more than the average person. You know that's a sapient, sentient person in this world has what is called a soul, which is kind of a metaphysical, magical sort of manifestation of your personality that lives on after you have died.
But elves don't have a personality, so they don't get to keep theirs.
Yeah, is that true? I've heard that before, but I couldn't tell if it was somebody joking.
It is because they don't have personalities. No. When a person dies, their soul remains tethered to their body for a short time before eventually being carried through the cosmos along the river Styx and eventually reaching whatever outer plane best befits the nature of the soul. The outer planes being the planes of sort of where the inner planes are the planes of like elements and life and death and spirit. The outer planes are the planes of sort of like higher philosophical thought, the planes of essentially sapience. These are the planes of like art and the planes of good and evil and the planes of pleasure and apathy and higher level thought, essentially the planes of sentience. And your soul is taken off to whatever place best befits the life that it led, that best befits the personality and the person that it is. I mean, you know the basic gist of how souls work. Half-Life. I know you're joking about the elf thing. Not all sentient creatures have souls. We've talked about dragons before. They are not soul-bearing sapient creatures. They're constructs of magic, and when they die, their energy just kind of returns to the ether. Likewise, elves are descended from spirits, from the plane of Vid. A full elf is not a humanoid necessarily. They are the humanoid in gameplay terms, but they're spirits. They're spirits of the spirit planes, and when they die, their spirits return to the spirit planes and become one with their planes once again. And there are other kind of creatures like that who don't necessarily have souls. Their energies just kind of return to their planes the way an elemental does, or the way a spirit does.
Quick question on the planes.
Yeah.
Is there one of like a plane of hedonism?
Yes, it is literally called Hedon. The plane is called Hedon. Is the plane of hedonism. It's the plane of art,
Nice.
beauty, and pleasure. And then this is kind of a tangent, but like the way the outer planes work in this world, we'll just go over this really quick fast because it's a pretty quick lore drop. There are positive planes, negative planes. These are not good and bad planes. They're planes of the presence of something or the absence of it. So the positive planes are Altruis, the plane of morality, of goodness, selflessness, love, empathy, joy, sacrifice. There is Axiarch, the plane of order, of structure, stability, meaning, purpose, intention. There's Gnosis, the plane of knowledge, predictability, reason, logic, mathematics, and the plane of Hedon, the plane of emotion, of passion, emotion, pleasure, romance, beauty, art. Those are the positive planes. The negative planes are Egos, the plane of the lack of morality, of evil and selfishness and hatred. The plane of Nihil, the plane of the lack of order, of chaos, entropy, decay, randomness, chance, and meaninglessness. The plane of Pessim, the plane of the lack of emotion, of apathy, sorrow, loneliness, and depression. And the plane of Skeptis, the plane of the lack of knowledge, of mystery, wonder, uncertainty, the unknown, and the unknowable. And then there's also the outland, which is sort of a plane that sits between all of those, the plane of sort of like the balance between all extremes and the coexistence of seemingly contradictory ideas. So those are the outer planes.
Souls are complicated. There is a lot to go on. Some creatures do not have souls, but yet they still have their own kind of afterlife, depending. Like, dragons are all magic, so once dragons have passed away, they go back into the weave and are pure magic again. Elves are the same, but with spirits. Most other sapient life, though, there are some exceptions. Our souls stick with our body for a while after we die, but then are eventually moved on to one of the outer planes, depending on what best fits them.
What best fits them? Who decides what best fits them?
On a 19 Marisco, you're not totally sure. You know, I guess 19 is a pretty good roll. You know that these determinations are made in the plane of Mord. So there are two spirit planes, the plane of Vid, which is the plane of life, and the plane of Mord, which is the plane of death. You know that the great spirit of death is called Corvus. It is the great spirit of Mord who oversees the transition of Mayor's dead into the afterlife, and is the one who sort of makes those final determinations. Not like arbitrarily based on whims. I don't want to make it sound like they just like decide what seems right to them. They oversee a connection that is magically forged between your soul and the afterlife over the course of your life. It's not like a spirit decides where you go.
Right.
The spirit checks to see where your soul is supposed to go. But the sort of determination is just over the course of your life, your soul kind of forges a connection to certain philosophies more than others. And they kind of determine where you go.
Well, thankfully, the spirit of death, Corvus, doesn't decide where you go, per se. He more of make sure, double checks, everything's added up correctly. As you live your life, you kind of form connections to these planes through how you feel, what you do, that sort of thing, and it just kind of lays itself out.
I see. No, that makes sense. And this is all the realm of the... This is not even the realm of the gods. This happens even in the absence of the gods. This is a soul thing. It is happening even today.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
As far as anyone knows, the gods don't seem to interfere in this in any way. They're at least in no way that anyone perceives.
You said there was a plane of art.
Yes, there's Eden. It is art, romance, love. Honestly, all the good ones, if you ask me. But
That sounds like all of the good ones. Why would I choose anything else? Where do you think you're going?
well, I certainly hope, Eden. I have certainly practiced it. I feel like, I don't know, my magic kind of gives me that vibe, even.
Certainly, watching you with Raoul, that looked like art to me.
Oh, thank you. I've seen your work in your creating of things, and that is art in of itself. That and your connection with music. You really don't play anything. You listen a lot, but...
I've thought about it. I might learn sometime, but no, I just listen. I listen and I move. Well, if we find ourselves on the same train to Eden, save me a seat.
Gladly, I won't look forward to it, but if I see you there.
You guys know that this is sort of the business of religion in this world. It's not about finding out what the gods' wills are and learning how to follow their commandments. It's, the practice of sort of binding your soul to the philosophies that matter to you and the afterlife that you want to live. The churches of this world are not like churches that worship gods. They're like one of the biggest churches in this world is just the first altruist church. It's just people that practice altruism. You guys know a lot about the Holy Anuvalarian Church that just practices like order. The religions of this world don't really adhere to gods. They adhere more to philosophies. In some cases, they adhere to gods, but
it's a Robert's Rule situation.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Is Mariska good at dancing?
Yeah, guys, give me some dancing checks. I don't know, acrobatics, unless you want to tell me something else.
Oh my god, if I'm allowed to do acrobatics.
Yeah, of course.
Holy
I can't think of a better check for dancing than acrobatics. And add your music lore.
I assume I
Rolling
was
nat
gonna,
20 on my.
Hell yeah, you're
I
dancing
assumed it
so
was
good,
performance.
stranger.
Actually, I just realized I'm using airlift. Me and the stranger dancing through the air around the room.
Oh, yeah,
as
beautiful.
This is
You
happening.
guys are about to see the highest roll of this campaign.
And that 20, good job.
Definitely.
Are we helping?
Unless it's choreographed.
Then you can use performance.
I assume we would help each other.
You can do performance if you want to. You're like not good at dancing.
No,
but
no,
you
It's
seem
a
like good
natural
dancer.
20.
Hell yeah, Marble's such a good dancer.
Are we helping each other?
Sure. I'll allow you both have
Can I
advantage.
say this though?
Yeah.
As a funny thing, you rolled that 20 on the performance, so it's like clearly choreographed. Like,
Right.
Oh no, this is so practiced.
practice this so.
Like no, listen, his
This-
brothers have hammered this into his head.
this is sixth grade talent show.
Absolutely. I was about to say,
There's
I can
one
see the
dance.
backstory of Marble's perfect dancing in my mind, which is like topping, like, all right, you got to learn this step and this step and this step, and you got to do them perfectly for a ball, perfectly. And
just-
learning
this
an exact dance that you
Yeah,
just do on
flashback
repeat.
to that. Yep.
Yeah, every so often you see him stick his tongue out, like try to real focus on the steps.
So, if I've done my math correctly, that's a natural 19 plus 10 expertise acrobatics. Plus another 2 guidance bumps me to 31. Another 8 from able-bodied bumps me to 39, and then music lore puts me at 42
You do know you can only use guidance.
This guy's out here spending,
You know you can
like-
only use guidance once a long rest on yourself.
on myself.
He doesn't give a fuck. This guy's out here spending like source or like a superiority dice.
Didn't you already have guidance on you?
guidances?
I don't have it written down.
Not from his own casting. I don't
Dude,
know.
with that, can
Well, I thought it was
pull
just
you
guidance.
into my airlift dance?
Dude,
Hell yeah, I'm everywhere.
guidance is verbal and somatic, right? I see him doing that.
Totally, yeah.
He's trying a little too hard.
Aw, it's cute though.
That's cute.
I mean, let's be clear. That's a 39 without any
Oh.
magic, so...
Yeah, it's still pretty damn good. Yeah.
I got a
Okay.
3.
Very nice.
All
So now
left
I'm
feet.
have 52 legs.
All left feet.
I like to think Ghost stands up and trips over the chair and just falls.
Absolutely.
Actually,
doesn't get the feet.
bumps to the pianist.
Yeah.
The drummer knocks over the cymbal.
Yeah, now we're talking.
Talania gets up, puts a hand on Raul's shoulder, and says, "All right, you old lug, let's get out there." He begrudgingly goes out and dances with Talania.
When I see Ghost fall over, can I finally put my hand?
Yes. Now you can go over to Boss. No problem.
So
Or Ghost.
Boss has been doing an airlift dance with this stranger for a minute. Comes down to a rest, does a very like formal little bow, and then walks over and picks Ghost up. And picks up the drummer's cymbal and sets it up and gives him a nod, and then takes Ghost off to the side. And just have a quick little chat,
Yeah.
and says, "Are you happy?"
No,
I assume these much.
I don't think.
I assume these things. I just did not want to say it's for you. So I just, I do want to say 2 things to you. There were
Alright.
there were a lot of answers that had questions that did not get formed properly before we left the Underdark. Does this make sense?
Yes.
We weren't able to do many of the things.
Yes. He's left with a lot of questions.
I feel much regret for these. I wanted to help you more, but seeing that dragon, not just the dragon, but seeing the same order that's performed so much murder against those that I loved and knew at the scriptorium approaching as well. Amongst that horde of demons, I grew very afraid. Very feared. How's the word? Very afraid. And we had to leave. And I don't regret this thing because I'm positive that we would all have found death. But I do want to say that I did take that decision upon myself quite quickly. And I know that you wanted to stay quite longer. And for that, I just say sorry.
I appreciate your the apology. I can't say that I'm not frustrated by how things turned out, but I understand that we were not left with many options.
I would be the same
at that point.
I would have the same frustrations. I do understand this. I wanted to make sure that we lived I did, however, also want to extend on that same note that if we take this voyage that the other in the group are discussing, first Cherry Falls, which I have no interest in, but I do owe my allegiance to a few of these individuals directly. After that, if we find ourselves in the tide pool and find ourselves further out east, we'll be closer to the scriptorium once again, which is where I know that these dragon cultists do exist, and these are the other connections that we now have to the people that you need to receive answer from. So if you would be happy to assist me, I would be happy to assist you the whole way through this journey until we get our answers together.
Yes, I think I would appreciate that.
Does this make sense? Do you know what I'm saying about the scriptorium and where we
Yes, we can hunt down your cultists and hopefully get some answers about their connections.
The Shayoket that you fear and that you must make end of was with them at the end?
I don't know if I have to end them.
Not end.
I don't know what they want.
I don't know the words. The those that you need to find answer from.
Yes.
But I
At the very least, a conversation with them.
I believe the answers that we are looking for collectively, all find, at least between you and myself, will be answered in that the regime. And I believe that the only way that we have to get there quickly is by treading across the ocean east.
I think that is as concrete a lead as we have, other than trekking through a mountainside, hoping to stumble upon them.
I do believe that with the help from Philord Grimm in the local government, if they decide once again to push against Babylon, this might even give us proper distraction to make our way more easily through the situation.
Yes, that would be very helpful. Actually have like to speak with Philord a little more. I think there's a lot that I could learn from him.
He has much knowledge to share. Please ask this man every question you have. He has taught me for the last 7 years everything that I know. And for what it is worth, I believe that tonight I finally feel free for the first time in months. Having lost all of my other friends and scholars, cohorts, finding my friend Philord, with the help of you and the rest of this legion, has given me much reprieve, and I am thankful for your help and your guidance through the Hallow Hive and the dark.
Well, thank you for your companionship through that. I certainly would not have made it through, or made it even a few steps into that place without you.
I will always be there for you, my friend. And with that, he stands up and asks you if you want to dance.
Aw.
I think I am good enough dancer to take us both. Just stand on my feet.
I hope you're a very good dancer.
Then stand on my feet. Let's make this work. Actually, you know what? Be a bad dancer. Let's do this together. And we just jovial off till then.
Incredible. Real quick, as that moment of joviality takes over, I will just say one quick thing that I probably should have said a little bit earlier. As you're thinking about that dragon that you saw on the island,
I was going to ask this. Was that the same screech I heard?
that's one thing I was going to say. It was certainly the same sort of roar you heard at the scriptorium. You believe that to have been the same dragon.
How'd that dragon get outside?
Great question. The other thing that you realize, thinking back about it as you're talking to Ghost before you guys break off to dance, but as you're still kind of thinking about the dragon, you think back about the appearance of that dragon, the color of its scales, the shapes of its horns and frills, and something's like striking you as a little familiar. And your mind goes back to the basement of Xerxes' Keep, when there was a dragonborn priestess there that teleported Shioket away with her crescent moon shaped stone. and just a bit of a appearance similarity, the same color of scales, the same frills on the side of the head. You rolled a 23 perception check looking at that dragon earlier. I think that you have a reasonable suspicion that whoever that priestess was is also who this dragon is.
It's a good thing that she went first and left.
She left.
Lovely. Let's see here. Ghost, you spend a little time dancing with Boss. If you wish to, you can talk to Fillard as well. I know you've been waiting for that.
I like the idea that he talks to Miller on the side while they're dancing.
Yeah, at the same time.
It's not like it's more of just like a flavor thing. Essentially, Ghost just goes to Fillard and asks him to help Ghost learn how to do his speak with dead.
Yes, old sport. A wonderful piece of necromancy. I'd be happy to show you, old sport.
And he will spend some time with you that evening, kind of going over your spell book and kind of showing you various little hints on how to do the transcription and helping you get that spell prepared. As you guys are talking...
Perfect. I've collected so many heads.
No one ever understands when I say I need to collect heads.
It's important. It's a lot of information they can still provide to the world.
By the way, I did, when we were at the bank earlier,
He reaches into a pocket and tries to be sly, though I'm sure other people in the room might see it as well. Hands you a 50 mark bill.
says, I know what it's like to be a wizard and have to pay for your spellcraft. I appreciate your assistance.
You're a brilliant and wonderful human being.
It's just all these sorcerers and sympathetic casters out here casting spells without components.
They just don't understand. I burn that 50 mark bill into the ether, and spend it to get my components for these two spells.
Perfect. Works out just well.
How many heads did Bones and Maurice turn with? What was it, a 39 and a 28?
Oh, it's, you know.
I thought you were talking about my heads.
No. Wrong kind of heads.
On a 39.
Well, I mean, right kind of heads, but attached.
Right. On a 39 and a 28 dancing check, I mean, you turn as many heads as you want to turn. That's a showstopper.
We're cutting rugs. We're cutting rugs.
Cutting absolute rugs
Even
out
got
there.
boss's attention. Like,
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
And I was flying through the air.
Eventually, the night begins to grow quite late, and you guys... go ahead. Marvel, you had something with Boss?
Yes, I did. I have something with Boss.
Oh, what's
I'm going to
up?
wait until Boss is done dancing.
Yeah, eventually you guys
I'm
do.
going to kind of walk up like, Boss?
I give a bow and I take your hand to start dancing.
The voice of Top in your mind says, listen, always be closing. Do not ever turn down a dance.
It's a natural one. It's really bad.
Doesn't do the one dance, you know?
I turn and immediately
You're
step on
doing-
my robe and I...
You see him trying to do a different dance because he only knows one dance.
He tries to improvise. You
I
hear
say,
you going, never improvise. Don't improvise, Scribble. Stick with the moves that we taught you.
I say, maybe we should not be dancing. I will see you later. Thank you. And
Wait,
yes?
I wanted to talk.
Oh, I thought you wanted to dance. Well, hello. Hi.
I had a question.
Are you happy? Oh, sorry, at this point, boss is drunk.
Yeah?
Yes, I like to hear this. How can I help you?
You know how you all are always picking up rocks?
Yes, I have so many rocks.
Are those
I take handfuls of rocks out of my pocket.
are those
Pull out 1,000 marks worth of amber and start like shuffling around.
I have rocks.
Yeah. Bones dances by, puts them back in your pocket.
are those sentimental?
Oh, every rock has its purpose. Yes.
Our friends at home can't see the face that Marvel made.
He mutters "fuck" and then just kind of like walks off.
Stop. I have to know. Why do you ask?
I was gonna make them into something.
Oh, I have many rocks you can have. What kind of rock do you want?
It has to be special.
Does it have to be special? I have many rocks that
It has to be unique to a place.
If I have 8 different rocks that are all unique to different places, does that help?
Yeah,
Oh, cool. Here you go.
but I just want. Oh,
And
okay.
How many rocks do you
Well,
want?
you can keep them for now.
Oh, I think I have like 500 rocks, all very unique to the place I found them.
I've seen.
Well, I will say this. And he grows like immensely intense for a second. He's like, I remember the origin of each of these rocks. And I know where I took them from, and I know why they exist. And each one of these means a lot to me, but I'm happy to allow them to be given to a friend.
Oh, no. I don't want to keep them.
You can have them.
It's for you.
Well, I will take them back. I'm sorry. Did you want to dance?
Are you happy?
I'm very happy. Tonight, I'm very happy. I have my friend Philord. I am above ground again. I am quite happy.
I'll try again.
Let's do this.
It's much better for a 17.
Oh, nice. Good.
You see him just very mechanically just mimicking what you're doing.
Yeah, you can follow my lead. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'll lead.
Drunk boss is my favorite boss. Boss and Marvel spend a little time cutting the rug as well.
I think this is probably the first time that we've ever actually interacted for longer than 2 sentences.
I loved it. So special. Eventually.
I have all these rocks.
I go to Cadence.
Rocks. I have rocks. So many rocks. I just poured handfuls of rocks on the ground. I have rocks.
Cadence, what was that drink you gave me? I think I need another one.
It's called
Do you
whiskey.
drink
It'll
much?
change the world.
No, not at all.
Okay, well, it's a whiskey neat, so.
What's that incredible cocktail you ordered me?
Is that strong?
Whiskey and a cup.
What?
But we can get another one.
Yeah, I think I could use another one.
You get another glass of this whiskey.
Thank you.
Of course, it's on Fillard, but yes, anytime.
Oh, right. Thank you, Billard. But thank you for telling me which one to get.
There are, easier starters than going straight to whiskey neat if you ever want to try again.
Is this a hard starter?
Yes.
You see a
Oh.
very small amount.
I actually haven't tasted it, and I'll dip my antenna into it.
Oh, that's good.
Bloody hell!
The funny thing is,
Yeah, I
by
didn't
drinking
think
it,
about
you
that.
still even though you don't taste it inside of your
feel-
mouth, you still feel like the burn of it. But it's interesting to separate the burn from the taste.
To be fair, let me ask a quick question. What is Thrycreen food like? Because a lot of bugs eat
Sugar water.
semi-acidic or just very sugary.
Green eat only sugar water, nothing else.
Yeah.
So this definitely fucks you up.
It's like honey and gel-based paste.
They also eat a bunch of mushrooms and other things. Plants.
Sorry, I didn't consider the fact that you couldn't taste it.
Well, I can taste it. A lot of the time I just eat and drink for the sake of, nourishment and bodily function.
All this nourishes the soul.
Sure does. I think I felt a twinge of jealousy for the first time in my life, and that's just something I'm not equipped to process in the moment, so bottoms up.
Ooh. Wait, no bottoms up. Jealous of who?
No one.
What are you talking about?
But as good a liar as Morisco then.
I can either just keep giving you whiskeys until you tell me, or you can just tell me.
You'll have to try.
2 more neats, please.
I just-
There is revelry, the likes of which it's been hard to imagine, as you guys.
the first good roll of the night.
Hell yeah.
Keeping it together.
Keep it-
He's keeping it
Steel
together.
trap.
Yeah.
No, I-
Trap.
Worst day of my life.
Boss wants to dance with Telania so bad.
Do it.
Insight check.
I do need a break.
No, I can tell.
Marvel's
you're
dying.
I can tell Marvel's dying.
Talani rolled in
Stamina
that
he's got,
one.
it's
She
just
doesn't
that,
recognize that
he's
you want to
just-
dance with her.
Oh, no.
You have to ask.
Oh, that's fine. Boss walks up and goes, "Dance with me."
There we go.
I just
Back
walk
and
in
forth.
and just push
Yeah.
her in.
She says, "Oh, I think you could have this dance." And Raul goes over and sits at the table, mercifully glad for the break from having to dance. Talani will dance with you.
I think Boss has a crush on Talani a little bit.
Yeah, we all.
She's so
We all
rude.
do.
She hated so much, and Boss is just like, I get that.
This is a very, very, very low bar, but this may be the best time I've ever had on the surface.
I've had many bars on surfaces. I think this is pretty good too.
She'll dance with you for a little while. Glad to look out the windows and see that the sun has set and it is dark outside now.
Wait, where's the dragonfly boy?
He has not yet looked out a window to see.
Where is he?
Oh, he's here. He's at the dinner table.
Sunset.
Come on, let's go get him.
Let's bail the
You guys, a little bit drunk, all run outside. Diravat follows.
This dine and dash is on Fillard Grim, motherfucker.
He's already made. It's all
Okay. Oh yeah, it's Fillard. Yeah.
and run outside. I know the moment is jovial. Before you make it outside, you guys are headed towards the door, kind of not quite running, but doing the excited drunk walk of going to go see a thing that's exciting. Nessa stops in the doorway, terrified. She looks out the door and cannot step out into darkness. She looks to Ghost and says, "Are you sure there's nothing out there?"
No, fuck going out there.
Oh,
I grab Ghost hand.
You can stay here.
if there's anything out there, we will protect you from it, but it should be fine. We are in the middle of the city.
Give me a persuasion check. You and Marvel, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to pick up like a rock and I'm going to use one of my artificer things. So I'm going to like blow on it and I'm going to make it glow. I'm going to hand it to her. So it's a little glowing rock.
A little glowing rock. Give me a persuasion check, Marisco. Oh no. 12's still not terrible. She
It's not bad.
holds this little glowing rock in her hand.
I'll offer my hand to her too if she wants to.
Takes your hand in one of hers, steals herself, and for the first time in her life, and also in Diravat, who's a little less hesitant, but nonetheless a little bit concerned, and even Jeg, as hardened and stern as he seems, those with good insight can see a hint of fear on his face as he looks out. And for the first time in his life, steps out into the night sky. Nessa clutches tightly to her little glowing rock, though not so tightly as to extinguish its light. Too afraid to look up to the sky and staying close to the middle of your group.
So we can make a circle around them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's some comfort that comes from the fact that this is not pitch blackness. There are street lights and the city skylines with lights coming from windows, but they imagine, if you will, that in every city you've ever been to, which is one, when you look across a city skyline, the darkness is in the windows of the buildings, always, and the light is outside. Now imagine the unimaginable hysteria of looking across the city skyline and seeing pinpricks of light from the windows and darkness everywhere else. Diravat looks up at the sky and sees stars for the first time.
Do you see how there's like 30 of those there?
His mouth is agape.
See, well, if we were to leave the city, as if Bones said earlier, there would be 3,000 of them in the same space.
They don't like the cities,
The city makes too much light to see them here, correct?
so they stay away from the cities.
They don't stay away, they just, the light of the city washes them out.
Your eyes can't see them because this light's too bright.
Well, right, but these are the ones that are above the city. If we went somewhere else, there'd be different ones, right?
Nope.
No, there's
This is just the top of the city.
No.
you're not, actually, you know what? Yes.
Walk away.
We gotta get this
enough.
top thing.
This will be easier for you to understand once we've been on a train. When something is very far away, it does not appear to move as you move.
This concept is completely unimaginable to him.
It will be hard to explain until you see it for yourself. It's called parallax. You will like it.
I'm gonna get a stick and I'm gonna like draw out a constellation and I'm gonna like point to it and show Nessie.
I think Boss is a little drunk. He's doing snow angels in the grass.
Grass angels.
Nessa, whatever.
Like the Loch Ness.
Nessa looks at your drawing of constellations on the ground.
We call these constellations, groups of stars that have stories.
She is going to roll a wisdom saving throw with advantage from your help. She has your little glowing rock in her hand and is looking at these constellations, and she closes her eyes and takes a deep breath
clenches her hand tightly enough around the rock to put its light out as she hears Boss say that the more light there is, the fewer stars you can see. And then with her hand clenched around her rock to conceal its light, ever so timidly looks up to the sky to see the stars. And that is where we will end tonight's episode of Spirit and Salt.
The most lighthearted ending of any episode we've had.
Right?
By far. It's not
We spin around in that fucking hell.
We went straight into hell, so yeah.
Thank you everybody so much for joining us, and we will see you next time
Thanks,
on
guys.
Spirit and Salt. Goodbye,
Bye.
everyone. Bye.
Bye.